pretty long wait. I'd say it's a hurry up and wait thing. Actually, no, I didn't. I did. My dumbass had it in my pocket. Anyway, mandated reporters victimizing the victims for coming forward, for trying to come forward. This is not okay, especially when the predators, at that point it is predatory for a mandated reporter to do everything to make you feel as uncomfortable as possible. When you are scared shitless, you have to be brave to go into that situation, knowing the statistics and knowing the chances. Alright, I got my mask on. It looks so scary. Oh. Do you know how much longer it's gonna be?
What's your last name?
Schwartz.
I think they should be out to get you here shortly. You should be the next one to be ready.
Thank you, ma'am. There's a lot of stuff that people who are predatory towards me want to look the other way to. Pretend it doesn't exist because it doesn't fit their narrative. I've helped to find missing people for a lot of years. Natalie Bollinger's family, those are her predators. All of a sudden want to pretend to be good people. Want to pretend to be Christians. Want to pretend that they never raped her, never molested her, never forced her to do things to pay their debts. Her family to her is horrible. Connection issues. The thing is that they use the term mentally ill to try to pretend that all of us are schizophrenic and delusional. Now I want to say first of all that even if you are schizophrenic and delusional, understand I'm not talking crap about you. And if you are victimized, then it's not okay to treat you that way either. And the law says that too. Even if you're schizophrenic, if you try to turn in a rape, they have to do something. It's required by law. But they can just refuse to do it and say, oh, well, he's schizophrenic. And that's where the mentally ill label comes in. A lot of predators use that. You try to tell on your predator and they say, oh, she's mentally ill, or oh, he's mentally ill. And all of a sudden, everybody's ears turn off. And you're somehow magically, you must be making it up. Do you not understand the difference between autism and dementia? Do you not understand the difference between autism and having delusions? Back in the 90s, they would have called what I have Asperger's. not sure if it's able to handle both recording and the Wi-Fi hotspot. There's a lot of stuff that I was told is not autistic with video games. I have people who tell me I'm not trying because I played a video game. I play for almost 5 minutes a day. I get on, I log on, I get the daily free crap, and then I log back off. And even that, I'm sure, is enough that most of you would say, oh, I'm wasting time. A lot of y'all think disabilities aren't easy to live with. I know that there's a lot of people that they just assume anybody who's different must be wrong. They want to reinterpret everything that's said, like when you say you're wired different, they want to pretend that it means that your wires are crossed, and that's not the case. Thank you. A lot of people like to say it's nothing to do with luck. No, it's got a lot to do with luck. It also has lots to do with pole position. What that means is where you start the race. Some people, they have a lot of advantages. And somebody who can get $1 million loan from their daddy at 18 says that it's not got nothing to do with luck. Dude, you're lucky enough to have a daddy that'll hand you over $1 million at 18 years of age. That's luck. I was born into a family that used my social security number because, well, they had enough debt. They had to use somebody else's. Did the same thing with my little brother Eric. And yeah, it's against the law, but to this day, Eric's credit screwed up for that because it happened all the way back in the 1980s. I'm like, he wasn't even an adult until 1997. Well, 1998, because you're not an adult until you're 19 in Nebraska. There's a lot of these mandated reporters, and I understand that they're friends with some of the people I'm trying to turn in, and that's something that isn't my fault, but through all of this has been a challenge. Now with the stuff with Rebecca Gross-Nickel-Foley, we were able to find her. We got multiple other people in the situation that are still missing. David and Katie Saltzman are missing from Beaverton, Oregon still. After the situation with the fire, there's not an easy way to contact them. So for a couple of years now, even though they were going to help me out with the situation, there was a fire here in Oregon. I was all the way back in Nebraska. Katie was going to come and help me, and then the fire surrounded their place, and they've been homeless ever since. The last I was able to hear of them, they got into an accident, I guess. They bought a car, but they didn't get all legal, and it was back in February, and one of their friends was trying to contact them because the cops wanted them to pay $1,100 because David and Katie Saltzman didn't get it turned over into their name fast enough before they got into the accident. Also, I don't know what happened to them in the accident, if they Well, $1,100 isn't that much damage. And you'd think that if, David and Katie had died in the accident, that they would let the person they would charge them $1,100 know. And we've got a lot of people out here that were witnesses to a bunch of different situations. And a lot of them, you can understand, it takes a lot of strength for people to talk up. Mandy Singer, she's a victim of human trafficking. And a lot of abuse out there on the streets. And, she speaks openly and freely about it. She wasn't considered a human being to law enforcement when she tried to turn it in. Well, with one of them they did. When it comes to a lot of the abuse that many of you hope never happens to you, there's people out here on the streets that have to endure it every day. A lot of times you trade one type of abuse for another, or you accept one type of abuse because it'll prevent another. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
We're gonna take a left up here.
Sure.
Okay, so go ahead and set your things in the chair right there, and I'll have you step on the scale.
Yes, ma'am. I do make sure I record everything because I have to turn stuff in and I'll have to be able to have a record.
Oh, sure. Okay. Sure. Okay, how tall are you?
74.9.
Yeah, did you want to see it in pounds?
It used to be 5'9", so I'm probably about 5'9", I guess.
Okay. All right, follow me.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, come on in. Go ahead and have a seat in any of the chairs back there.
Yes, ma'am.
This is my colleague Nick. He's going to be in here with us today. All right, Sean, what's your last name and your birthday?
Schwartz, SCHWARTZ.
Okay, your birthday?
October 18th, 1980.
Okay. Let me get into your chart here. Oh, come on, computer, load. All right, what brings you in today?
Mandated reporting.
Okay, what's going on?
Well, first of all, there's a lot of mandated reporters who seem to think that it's not their job to do their job. And also, like the case with Eileen, she was explaining that yes, she's a mandated reporter, but she's not trained.
Who's Eileen?
She's one of the ladies who works at the Seventh-day Adventist.
Oh,
No,
okay.
no, it's a First Christian.
Okay, so a church
Yeah.
worker. Okay.
And I got recordings with a lot of different mandated reporters, both in the clergy, hospitals, and police officers as well. And, for them to do things that first of all, for them to say things they're supposed to be trained not to say because they're dismissive of the victim and they scare the victim into not doing anything, into being too scared to speak up.
Mhm.
And they do that especially if you're trying to turn in a police officer or another mandated reporter who didn't do their job. My best friend was shot in the head in Colorado in 2017. That whole situation happened because mandated reporters did not want to do their jobs. They wanted to tell me I just needed to man up. They had real police work to do. That was Dual County Sheriff's Department and several others. I was trying to get a protection order because people were threatening, harassing, and intimidating me. I got on the internet, I try to post everything there because with mandated reporters not doing their jobs and me having to be afraid because of that, I put it on the internet, but there's also a lot of stuff that's on the internet on its own,
Okay.
including
I do.
evidence of the
Are you
abuse on the
recording
road.
currently?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I totally respect that. I have to double check that I'm allowed to talk to you with being recorded. I'm not sure if we have a policy on it or not, but your feelings are valid and I want to hear what you have to say. Do you mind if I step out really quick? I'll be right back in, okay? Okay, give me just a moment. I just want to make sure we're doing everything by policy here, and then I will be right back to chat with you, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Alright, so the law when it comes to reporting is that I'm not allowed to record any private information. I'm not allowed to record the other patients' faces. I'm not allowed to record their phone numbers or social security numbers. But also, since this is a situation where it's mandated reporting, I'm supposed to be able to record no matter what. So we'll see if the hospital policy is the same.
So you can record audio, just not video.
Alright, well,
Is that fair?
I can
Yeah,
move it around.
that's totally.
That works. Alright. And that also that's also in law too. I was looking that up yesterday.
Yeah, it's a pretty common hospital policy, but I just wanted to verify that we fell under that as well, which we do. Okay, so you keep mentioning mandated reporting. Can you tell me a little bit about that?
Well, for starters, Hood River did not follow that policy repeatedly, so I'm thankful for you doing that.
Yeah.
They tried telling me, first of all, that they did not have social workers there, which they do. They wanted me to go to their the mental health company that they have there, where their friends were. I'm like, how's that going to work out? There was a lot of situations where I was threatened, harassed, intimidated, bullied, and assaulted, ultimately resulting in some people that, well, they had threatened to assault me and were insinuating that they would kill me. And then later on, they were pretending to apologize by, on a hot day, bringing me a soda pop. It turned out that there was drugs in that soda pop, and I haven't had COVID, and I don't do drugs, so I was able to taste the chemicals immediately. I tried to turn it into the sheriff's department there, and they blew me off, as always. I was there with a guy named Daniel. I actually saved his life by calling 911 when he put his foot through somebody's window like an idiot. But he's schizophrenic and he's delusional, so he has episodes. The problem is that with predators and law enforcement doing that, I had to go to the hospital on my own and explain to them what was going on. They told me I could not record. I have the audio recording. I recorded it. They didn't follow the hospital policy. They didn't follow the law. They told me to call another agency that I called that told me that they couldn't have me in for till the end of November. So then I tried to let the hospital know that, and the hospital basically insinuated that I wasn't crying because these people had told me it took 2 months. Meanwhile, I was sent to a different jurisdiction, to the Dalles. In the Dalles, I went to all of the companies they sent me to. I've got recording after recording of it, but I haven't been able to get someone to turn it in. As far as mandated reporters go, they keep telling me it's not their job, or they don't know what their job is, or that they have to see it. Now, according to the law, what they're telling me is not correct. According to the law, allegations are good enough. I don't just have allegations, I have um, there's a lot of witnesses to it, like there's a guy named Scott Scudder and his dad Jason Scudder, and
his mom and a guy named Dallas Palmer are all witnesses to abuse that I continue to endure at the hands of. There's a woman named Molly. I tried to turn her into the police here. I don't know her last name, but there's things that they're not supposed to say to you, things that make you afraid to speak any further. And I'm pretty good about knowing my rights and knowing the laws, so I do stand up as best I can. But the thing is that from the first time I spoke to the police about it to the last time I spoke to the police about it, was over a month of abuse. It's recorded on my YouTube channel, the actual situation. But the problem is I've been forced into homelessness.
Okay.
Now it's difficult to explain this without. I have showed people here in town who are going to try to come in and help me to do this in person, like the Scudders, but with their own personal lives, and the fact that they're not rich people and that they have kids and doctor's appointments and things like that. When you got to go see a doctor that's a neurologist, which you guys don't have one here, so you got to go to Portland. Now, obviously, I'm well aware of my surroundings. I'm also aware, at least in part, of the hospital's capabilities. But the thing is, when I try to explain that I'm disabled and I can't do things because of my disabilities, instead of, like, for example, one of the officers told me that I'm cognitive and literally blew off everything that I was saying to him with that one comment. Now, by law, what he did was against the law. I mean, just because I'm cognitive doesn't mean that I'm not disabled, and it doesn't mean that I'm able to take care of myself, and it doesn't mean that crime was not committed against me.
That's fair.
And they say that they're gonna look at my YouTube channel where a lot of the evidence is, but the thing is, most of the evidence isn't on the YouTube channel because, like I said, I try to follow the law. When I was in Colorado, I worked with the homeless. I passed out blankets. I walked people to warming centers. That's what I did. But I am autistic. I have Asperger's, which is high functioning autism. So I act weird and I move weird. And I do this with my wrist and I wink my eyes. So if I wink at you, I'm not hitting on you.
It's okay.
Um,
Appreciate that.
yes, ma'am. But the problem is, without a guardian to go in with me, I get blown off or I get treated like I'm on drugs. Many of the hospitals that I've been to, they automatically assume I'm looking for drugs. One of the visits up there in the river, they were going to try to give me opiates. I was like, opiates aren't going to touch my pain. As soon as it wears off, then all of that signal that's been blocked up and waiting like the Hoover Dam is going to rush back and it's going to be 10 times worse than before I took it. So, with my disabilities, I'm already aware of the medical ramifications and things like that. But for me, having to repeatedly move from place to place because mandated reporters don't want to do their job, and then there are criminal charges that go along with that. I know that here in Oregon, it's a $2,000 fine. There's no jail time. And also it's limited to professionals. Like when I turn it in, I have to go to mandated reporters. There's specific places I'm supposed to go. Churches, hospitals. Churches are supposed to help me to get a hold of the police. Hospitals are also supposed to do that. The problem is that I fall under multiple categories of when you're supposed to be a mandated reporter, but one of them is developmental disability. The problem with that is that with developmental disabilities, you're supposed to call mental health. And then mental health says that they can't do anything. Because here's the thing, you're an at-risk adult who is being abused. You're trying to turn in the abuse that's happening to you, and you're turning it into mental health. This makes no sense whatsoever.
Sure.
There's also the fact that I have it recorded in the hospital in Hood River. They didn't follow protocol. When I tried to turn it into the DHS, they didn't follow DHS protocol and they didn't follow the law. Now there's a young woman, now mind you, I've got the evidence here, but there's so many people who have been involved. It's not like, all right, you're walking down the street and somebody punches you in the face and you're trying to turn in somebody who punched you in the face. And if I'm looking around the room, I'm reading all the labels
Yeah,
and
that's fine.
everything.
That's totally fine.
It's an autistic trait, and I apologize if it freaks you out.
Nope, not at all.
I know a lot of people, they call me creepy and weird and use that as really mean, and I don't I don't mean to be
Sorry to
different.
hear that. No, absolutely, it didn't bother me in the slightest. I do need to ask you a couple of questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you currently being abused right now? Physically, is anybody harming you, threatening you, forcing you to do anything against your will?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, can you tell me a little bit about that?
Well, there's a situation with not only that woman with Molly and the fact that she keeps coming back. She's repeatedly threatened to kill me. She's
I'm gonna take notes, is that okay?
Yes, ma'am. She's assaulted my vehicle on more than one occasion. She was stalking a guy named Tom. I don't know his last name either. The police should have some record of it.
In Tillamook?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so Molly's in Tillamook.
Yes, ma'am. Most of the people that I need to turn in that are an immediate danger to me are in Tillamook, but not all of them. The situation with Ted Bollinger, I'm not the victim in that. Well, I am a victim of Ted Bollinger's. He may be human trafficking another human being. She's a 16-year-old girl, and he's trafficking her from Colorado to Texas. I have the information on my Facebook. There's also a situation, there's multiple situations of that sort that do need to be turned in. Now, because I have to turn these places in by myself, and because several of my predators elsewhere are police officers, I can show you the situations with that. Natalie was shot in Colorado. All of the stuff that I'm dealing with to this day is over the situation with her getting shot in the head and me getting blamed. The guy who killed her, his name is Joseph Michael Lopez. He's serving time in prison for it, so don't worry, I'm not a murderer. The problem is people like Molly, she was homeless. She's also a manipulator, and she likes to use that, with women being taught the three lies and what you do if you're victimized. But then there's women who use that as, all right, well, if I don't get what I want, then I can do those things. She tried breaking into the Fred Meyer. She got in between an 18-year-old girl and her car and wouldn't let the girl leave because she was trying to play victim. And even though the police were called and I did speak with the police, they they kept on saying those things that dismiss the victim entirely.
Sure.
And the thing is, I have Marcia Estrada. She's my LMHP in Colorado or in Nebraska, and she's the only doctor that I've seen long enough for her to be able to diagnose me as schizophrenic.
Okay.
And she wouldn't diagnose me as schizophrenic because I'm not.
But she did diagnose you as schizophrenic?
No, she didn't.
Okay, but she wanted to,
No,
or
she
it was
didn't.
brought up.
I brought it up
You brought
because, all right, the police officers tried saying that I was schizophrenic
Okay.
as their excuse to victimize me.
Sure.
They tried to pretend that none of the crimes that they committed and none of the things that they had helped people like Robert Franklin Mornick, who's a registered sex offender in Nebraska, to get away with. They helped my predators get away because I was trying to turn in the cops over the situation where they didn't do their job to mandate report with Natalie Bollinger. It became an insanely complicated situation, and try to explain all of the ins and outs while we're just sitting here. Much of the issue is not showing you a visual reference, so it'll be difficult to try to remember it all. The other thing is I'm having difficulty speaking. I have no teeth, and my mouth is dry.
Sure.
So.
Do you want, we can get you some water.
Yes, ma'am.
You want some water?
totally
Can you grab a bottle of water?
Yeah.
Awesome. So we can't do anything outside of the state of Oregon, right? So,
Well, that's one of the things
Yeah.
as well, is that I've called these other organizations elsewhere, and they tell me that these places are supposed to be nationwide as far as this goes, and that, like, that's many of the excuses elsewhere for me getting bounced around like this because people are telling me the grass is greener on the other side. Well, these people are supposed to know better.
yeah,
And I'm aware that it's just the stuff in the state of Oregon as far as getting it started goes, and as far as mandated reporting the immediate dangers. One of the immediate dangers is that I have to be afraid of the police because
Sure.
of interactions with them and the way that they did treat. I understand that I'm homeless, but to take advantage of my disabilities, that's against the law. And it doesn't matter if somebody is an officer or not. It doesn't matter if they're your friend or not. if you're a mandated reporter, you still have to turn it in, and mandated reporters haven't been. Now I gotta thank my lucky stars because a lot of these predators elsewhere, which is the reason I'm here, did actually get busted for the crimes that they committed. This is Michelle Destini. She's one of my predators, and she's currently in prison.
Okay.
I have a storage facility at the edge of town that's full of evidence that needs to be turned in. I've been trying to turn it in and get them blown off. People say it's not their job, it's not their job, but as mandated reporters, it's actually all of the people that I go to's job, with the exception of the homeless and the druggies that I have to go to when mandated reporters won't do their job because I'm homeless.
Sure. So mandating, like if mandated reporters, in this situation, are you wanting me to like make a report with the police? I keep hearing that you had really bad interactions with the police in the past, and that might
I
be
did, and
okay.
the other thing is because of my disabilities and because when they make it overwhelming like this, I can't function anymore. I don't have the money to keep running around doing this. I've spent 6 years running around from one mandated reporter to another for them to always have some excuse why they can't do it. With the situations that I have going on, yes, I do need to have this stuff turned into the police, but I also have to have it understood that the abuse that I'm going through is because of abuse that has happened nationwide, and there is evidence of it. And that's one of the things with me coming in here and talking. I talk really fast, so I can talk faster than I can show evidence.
You're good. You're doing good. I'm keeping up.
Also, I suck with the internet.
That's
But
okay.
I wanna.
Has Molly physically attacked you recently, or is she still
She's physically assaulted my vehicle
your vehicle, but
and
she hasn't?
threatened my life on
Okay.
multiple occasions.
Okay, and she's local?
Yes, there's
Okay.
also a man named Robert Farnsworth who's done the same thing on at least 6 occasions.
Local as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
There's also the assault against a 14-year-old girl by a sheriff's deputy at the Safeway, October 23rd.
Okay, so I can't do anything about anybody else but you. Let's talk about you and things that you have gone through. I do have a couple more questions that I have to ask as well.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you having any suicidal thoughts at all?
Well, that's a trick question because being suicidal and attempting suicide and having suicidal thoughts are entirely different notions.
Correct.
The
They
fact
are.
that somebody who is bullied to the point that they want their life to end goes into a hospital to try to get help stopping the bullying shows that they're not attempting to commit suicide, and it's not okay to have them committed as if they are attempting to commit suicide when they are trying to get help. Because what that does is it discredits the victim and it makes it so their predator has a 100% guarantee of getting away. That's the biggest issue with all of this is
Sure.
that that has been used over and over and over again to help my predators get away. Yes, I want my life to end. No, I'm not trying to kill myself.
Okay, so you do have suicidal thoughts, but not actively trying to kill yourself. You don't have a
Exactly.
plan in place, nothing like that.
I have a plan if it becomes necessary, but it's not necessary.
Okay.
The thing is, there's a all else fails plan. If people are going to continue to threaten to kill my sister and follow her and harass my niece, which I've got the evidence on that phone that shows it. I mean, my little sister was petrified,
Sure.
and for the cops to be the ones doing it to her, and they also did that to Candace Bondurant, and they also did that to Dallas Richmond, and
Okay, no, I hear what you're saying. I
so
just want to make sure that you are safe. So my concern
I'm
today
here
is
fleeing
making sure you're
abuse, and I
safe.
am not safe. The situation with Mr. Farnsworth, the fact that nothing was taken seriously about that, and the fact that the police on multiple occasions, both with him and with Molly, brushed it off and blew it off as if it was nothing, it resulted in a lot of harm against me and harm against my vehicle and a lot of my finances being taken and a lot of time that I have eaten up trying to get help. Like I shouldn't have had to come in here alone. I know that in most cases, when it comes to triage, when somebody is disabled and trying to turn in abuse, it's to a mandated reporter. the lawyers that I talked to told me that I have to go in with someone else. Someone does have to go in with me, and preferably somebody who knows what's going on.
Do you have like a legal guardian or caregiver that's court appointed to you?
I don't. I did have a lady who was required by the courts to do that. Her name was Jen Beebe, but she didn't do it.
Where's she
She was a with Region One in Nebraska, but now she's with the Scottsbluff County Jail.
at? Okay, but you don't have anybody in Oregon that's assigned to you to help you specifically?
I don't. And when I was in Nebraska, the people who were assigned to do that specifically wouldn't do their jobs. Now, the thing about coming here about the stuff here
Mhm.
is that this is all tied in together. So although you guys can't do a whole heck of a lot about the things that happened elsewhere, the fact is that since they messed with my Medicaid and they messed with my disability money and they messed with my bank accounts and my ability to take care of myself financially, it's actually federal in a lot of these cases.
Sure, yeah, it's
And-
above a certain amount.
That's one of the things where, all right, I'm not sure if you knew this, but if you threaten to kill the President of the United States, that sounds like a crazy thing to do, doesn't it? It's supposed to be a mandatory 20 years by law. With all this stuff that happened when Natalie was shot, I should show you that first. With all the stuff that was going on with Natalie being shot in the head and it being all over all over the news, like that's Natalie Bollinger. I'm gonna not breathe, but I'm gonna pull this down.
You're
I
fine,
want
you're
you
fine, you
to,
can breathe. I want you to breathe. Okay. That's you right there?
it's me.
Okay. Is this your YouTube channel?
No, this is other people's YouTube channels. I get told that if I get off of YouTube that this abuse is gonna stop by law enforcement, as if I'm being abused because I have a YouTube channel. No, I have my YouTube channel to speak out about the abuse that I endure.
Sure. Why are you
So-
in this video? If you didn't post this one, how come you are in this
I'm
one?
in hundreds of these ones. It's because Natalie Bollinger was shot in the head and it became a cult classic.
Okay.
I mean, she was killed in Thornton, Colorado. She was from Boulder, Colorado. The cops that screwed up her case or helped to screw up her case weren't even in the right jurisdiction. You know, the ones that screwed up the Natalie Bollinger case. Yeah, most people haven't heard of Natalie Bollinger, but these ones do. This one's from 5 months ago. This one's from 4 years ago. There's a whole lot of these, and they're all about, and yeah, Jean Benet, obviously, Boulder, Colorado.
Okay.
When Natalie was shot in the head, it was posted up all over the news. It became an entertainment thing, and a lot of predators came at me and still come at me both across the internet and in real life. They try to,
Are they blaming you for it? Was that why they're
yes,
harassing you?
well, at first, all right, so Natalie was on drugs, and I helped a lot of people who were on drugs. That's what I did down there in Colorado. I worked with a guy named Steve Tombleson and a man named Whitehorse and a guy named Mateo Talbot and a few other people, and we made the community better. There was a place called Boho, that's the homeless overflow place. It's like a warming center,
Yeah.
and I walked people to the warming centers, and I helped people to get blankets that wouldn't go to the warming centers or weren't able to get there because they were too drunk, and that included a lot of drug addicts. Natalie Bollinger was a drug addict. I met her when she was 13. She was selling drugs for her dad, which I didn't know until later. And I always tried to run the kids off because, first of all, they don't need to be down there hanging out with the heroin addicts and the drug addicts and doing those drugs. And second of all, as it turned out, Natalie and her sister were selling drugs for their dad at the time, and he was raping them and he was beating them. And a lot of people were aware, but just like with me, mandated reporters couldn't do their jobs. He was eventually arrested and sentenced, and her and I became friends when I was 18 because I was suicidal over abuse by the Boulder Police Department. I hurt my back, and I'm not sure, you've probably had hundreds of people in here explain to you about how back issues will make you crazy.
The pain, yeah.
Yup, and it really does, but the opiates don't touch it.
Right.
And then people, because I'm not in a wheelchair, they want to pretend that I'm not disabled, but they can't see it. Kind of like people want to pretend that I can't be autistic because I don't look autistic. Or
Well,
because
that's not a fair
they're
assumption for them to make.
exactly. And when you have people who you're going to who are mandated reporters who are saying things like that or telling you, they're interrupting you in the middle of it saying, I know all about autism. If you knew all about autism, then you'd know we're all different. Maybe you should get familiar with me. When I'm scared, I'll talk 100 miles an hour. If you give me 2 cups of coffee, I'll go to sleep.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not like everybody else. And, you know, obviously caffeine, it doesn't put people to sleep. But if you have ADHD, it does.
Yeah. So as far as reporting here, would you like us to call the police and have the police come and talk to you? Because there's not, I mean, I can't go and arrest these individuals or
I'm aware of that.
investigate.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's one of the things. I'm highly intelligent. I'm
Yeah.
autistic, but I'm not retarded.
Absolutely not.
A
Yeah.
lot of people assume that because of my disabilities, it means that I grew up under a rock in a bubble with manservants and maidservants. The fact is, I grew up in a system with minorities because my parents were druggies. Even if you got Down syndrome, if you grew up with parents who are drug dealers, you're going to know what a teener is, you know? So I do look up the laws and I do research them, and I do take screenshots. The interactions that I have with people, I do record those as well. I've also got hundreds of recordings with witnesses to the situations. I've got evidence of, I was supposed to have an advocate or a guardian from the beginning, and I didn't have help getting one.
So you
And
do,
then
you
I
are supposed to
had,
have a guardian.
yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And then I've never had one. They were supposed to assign me one. I was never told who it was. I mean, for
Sure.
6 years of being on disability, and you know, my dad being angry at me since I turned 18, because in his mind, because I was disabled, that when I turned 18, some guy on a computer clicks a button and magically I get disability. I'm like, Dad, it doesn't work that way. I've spent thousands of dollars I didn't have jumping through hoops and paying for gasoline and going to appointments. It doesn't work that way.
Right.
And that's where, like with this, there was a few people who were going to come help me. One of them was Scott Scudder, and one of them was Jason Scudder, and one of them was Tara Scudder, and another. These are all witnesses to situations with Molly.
Okay.
And then Dallas Palmer. But see, that's for over a month. I've been hoping that they'll come through, but with their personal lives, and this is one of the things that really needs to be impressed upon people is that I'm being discriminated against because I'm disabled and because I'm homeless and because I'm male, and these things are illegal. For people to ignore and not take seriously the threats against my life and against my family's lives, especially the ones by law enforcement. These are the ones that people say, oh, well, I can't do anything about law enforcement. You're not doing anything about law enforcement. You're doing something about criminal acts committed against a disabled person.
Would you like us to step out and figure out what next steps are as far as getting the police involved?
Yes, ma'am. However, there's a few
I'll have
videos
you do
that
that. You want to talk to Nicole about maybe starting that process, and I have
there
more.
are 3 officers in specific in this town who were involved in it and in part and did act extremely appropriately. So
Okay.
if one of them shows up,
Sure.
I will let you know.
Okay, absolutely, that's fair. If you want to go chat with Nicole, I'm going to continue the conversation here.
Okay.
Any thoughts of harming other people at all?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Matter of fact, one of the things that people tried pretending I was threatening to kill my predators was a video that I made about how wrong it is to kill people, how I'm
Yeah.
against killing people, and how most of the people who offered to help, because like I said, these are all true crime sites.
Yeah.
You know, Denver 7 isn't, but this is true crime, Crimepedia, Denver 7, Crimepedia, Beyond Evil, Rob Gavigan. There's hundreds of these, and they're creepy.
Yeah.
We forge a sense of stability.
I have a couple
We
more
become
questions that
used
I have
to
to
the
get through
people
as
and
well.
what they post.
And I do hear what you're saying for sure, and I totally understand your
Yes,
frustration.
ma'am.
So I'm gonna try to get you the correct resources and help that we can.
Yes, ma'am. Much of the frustration is that because some of my predators are law enforcement, they have been able to utilize their power and manipulate the situation. And as a result, I have to be afraid of talking to law enforcement without someone present. That's part of the reason for
Yeah,
coming here. The other
absolutely.
thing is without a place to sit down with the evidence. They tell me I have to get the evidence to them by myself. I don't have the abilities. I have the evidence. I can literally drive to the police station with the evidence and plot it all out on a table in front of them, but they have to allow me to use that table to do so.
Okay. Any tobacco you sell?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Cigarettes, cigars, chewing tobacco?
Cigarettes.
Okay. About how many a day?
Probably 4 or 5.
Um, any alcohol consumption?
No, ma'am. I quit drinking in 2001.
Any substance use, including marijuana?
Yes, ma'am. Marijuana.
Okay. Any others at all? Just
No.
marijuana? Smoking or eating?
Smoking.
Okay. Daily, weekly, monthly?
Well, I only smoke it so that I don't get outcast from the homeless community. They don't really trust anyone who's squeaky clean. So
Okay.
basically, whenever there's somebody who is going to be leery because I'm not squeaky clean,
Okay.
I do make sure that I get my marijuana from the dispensary. I do not smoke off of other people's marijuana pipes, and I don't accept marijuana from them because people have tried to. All right, so I have panic attacks,
Yeah.
and sometimes people try to give me pot to make up for that. Now, all this stuff, like I said, was recorded. The guy gave me some pot, and it had some methamphetamine stuck to it, and I explained to him because I didn't smoke it. I was like,
Yeah.
"Dude, there's meth on it." He apologized to me, said that he didn't intend to. He put it in the wrong bag, and he apologized. Which, ever since then, I'm not gonna smoke anybody else's weed.
Sure.
But if it's required for me to not be perfect so they don't think that I'm a cop, then yeah, I'll smoke my own weed in front of them.
Yeah.
I don't have much, and it takes me forever to go through it. If I buy like for example, if I buy 2 grams of marijuana, the thing will last me for a whole month. Unless there's somebody that I meet who's new, who's like, "Man, what, you don't smoke?" I do smoke, I just don't smoke meth.
Yeah. So I know you had mentioned schizophrenia, but you said that's not something you were diagnosed with.
Right, and that's what I was trying to show you. The thing is, I was explaining to you that she was the only doctor or mental health specialist that I saw for long enough, for frequent enough for her to legally diagnose me as schizophrenic.
Uh-huh.
But she wouldn't diagnose me as schizophrenic because I'm not schizophrenic.
I see.
That's one of the things I was gonna play for you is the conversation with her. I also have the paperwork from her over in storage about how she says I'm not schizophrenic.
Okay.
I'm not delusional.
Okay.
I am not bipolar.
Okay.
What's
Did
the
she
other
put you
one?
on any medications
She
at
also
all?
said I'm not psychotic. No, ma'am. She was actually against giving me medications,
Have
although
you
for
ever
a lot
been
of
put on
people she would.
medications before?
Yes, ma'am, and that's part of the reason that she wouldn't.
Okay. Do you remember the names of the medications or the types that they were?
Let's see, lithium, Haldol, imipramine, clonidine.
Okay.
List goes on. Ativan. I mean, they gave me a 10 and 2 for trying to tell on Waylon Lolatai for assaulting me.
Yeah.
Then he got in trouble and got put on the news because he assaulted 7 more homeless people after me.
Yeah.
But because he was an officer, he told the hospital that I was, or they told the hospital that I was schizophrenic and delusional. And when I was saying, "Hey, those officers assaulted me," and well, one of them assaulted me, and they're taking part in covering it up. My best friend is dead. I need you guys to listen and to do something. They automatically treated me like I was schizophrenic and delusional, like Natalie Bollinger didn't exist. It was a figment of my imagination, and that no cop would ever assault anybody ever. And then, meanwhile, there's multiple situations where I've got recording after recording that shows I'm telling the truth, but they sell a narrative, then call me mentally ill and refuse to take a look, or they change their idea of what their job is.
Okay.
Or people who, it's kind of like you can tell when somebody's getting ready to make an excuse. They said they're gonna, but
Oh, go ahead.
I just had a quick question. Sorry, I'm Nicole. I wanted to know, just so I can let the officer know, the crimes that you're going to report, did they happen within city limits in Tillamook or outside of city limits?
Inside of city limits, I'm fairly certain.
Okay, all right.
there's
I
a
just
lot
wanted
of-
to make sure I was reporting the right area.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Sorry, a couple more questions just because it's in our intake. You're not, or
I'm
have
not
you?
interested in harming myself or others. I don't have any hallucinations, video or audio.
Have you ever had visual or audio hallucinations before?
No.
Okay.
There was one time I was at Starbucks in Hood River, and it turns out there's a lot of people there named Sean. So
Yeah.
every time they called somebody to pick up their coffee named Sean, I had to wonder, and I legit did go up and ask the ladies. I'm like, all right, you guys keep saying Sean, right? Oh yeah, not you. There was another.
Yeah, a
customer.
different one. I'm gonna get your vitals. Go ahead and slip on your jacket for me.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Anyway, the thing is that they bullied me to the point of me actually attempting suicide because of the bullying, because of the threats and the harassment and the assaults by law enforcement. Also, I keep getting told that these people should be able to do this nationwide, these mandated recorders, especially with what's been going on.
Yeah.
But then they tell me that they can't, and then they tell me that they can, or they send me to an agency that says that they can, and then a year and a half down the road, they say they can't.
Okay.
That smells like alcohol.
I just did rubbing alcohol, like hand sanitizer on my hands.
All
Go ahead
right.
and you can have a seat. Yeah.
I do have degenerative disc disease. I also have some knee issues. and
This arm
some
okay?
Leg issues from assaults. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. You gotta feel the cuff here. It's gonna be kind of cold. All right. Go ahead and relax that arm. When you were getting those strong meds, were you, did they put you in like a hospital or were you prescribed them by
I was a
like a
kid.
regular?
My parents couldn't stay off the cocaine, so I went into foster care.
I see. So it was more like when you were a kid.
Yeah, in foster care, they over medicate everybody. What's my oxygen at? 98?
Oxygen levels 97. Give it just a
Ah.
second to get your blood pressure.
Anyway, I know I'm different.
26 over 74, looking pretty good.
Oh, yeah.
You know, there's nothing wrong with different. I'm gonna appreciate you coming in here and
Well,
trying to get help.
A lot of people I know are dead because I'm different.
Mhm.
Natalie Bollinger got shot in the head because I'm different enough that people didn't want to listen to me. When I'm calm, they basically blow me off and pretend like there's no big issue. And then when I literally scream at the top of my lungs because people are hurting me, they pretend like I'm psychotic and having a psychotic episode because I'm a nut job. And really, if somebody punches me in the face and I say punch me in the face, it's 'cause they punch me in the face, not because I hallucinated it. And not because I don't understand what being punched in the face is.
Are you currently taking any medications for anything?
ma'am.
Okay.
Most medications you wouldn't like me on anyway. A lot of them have adverse reactions. Some of them make me sick. I'm not straight out allergic to any of them, but just most of them don't have good reactions.
Yeah. Lithium, the Haldol, the Ativan. You had only been on those when you were a kid.
The Haldol and the Ativan, they tried me on as a kid and decided it was a bad idea. But as an adult, when I tried to turn in police officers, they took me to hospitals. The officers told the hospitals that I was schizophrenic and delusional and that I needed to be injected with drugs, and the hospitals followed suit because the police officer said so.
Is that the Haldol and the Ativan that they injected you with?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
There's a place called Clearview Behavioral Health. They are shut down because they killed a man doing exactly what they did to me. They're shut down permanently because of that, but they'd already been shut down because they were
basically accepting people who are on Medicare and Medicaid and holding them longer than they should have.
Yeah.
And especially in the case of people who are trying to turn in police officers, this is their go-to facility.
Yeah.
So just like the situation with Natalie Bollinger where I was showing you that's just, there's hundreds of those on YouTube that people target me over. There's people here in Tillamook who are into true crime and they see these things, then they recognize my face, and people don't want to understand that that does have an impact. It's not a figment of my imagination, obviously, that's on the internet. It's
Right.
also not a figment of my imagination that I have been targeted or that my family has been targeted. Clearview Behavioral Health is permanently shut down because the things that I was called schizophrenic for saying turned out to be true, but they still keep trying to play the schizophrenic thing with me. And the thing is that although the medical professional that I personally see is very clear about the fact that I'm not schizophrenic, that I am overwhelmed, she called the state of mind that I'm in hypervigilant, because it's not a paranoia thing, it's an
Yeah.
experience thing. These things
Hypervigilance
actually
is an
happen.
extreme anxiety trait. Yeah.
And it comes from actual experience.
Sure.
If you're a girl who grew up in a trap house and every man you ever met raped you, then when you're put out in society and you see men, you're going to be afraid of them.
Absolutely. I'm gonna step out and just check the status of Nicole.
Yes,
I've got a
ma'am.
lot of good information that I need from you. I may come in and check with you. Feel free to drink this water. I know you said you were thirsty.
Yes,
Can I
ma'am.
get you any snacks? You hungry at all?
Sure. I don't have any teeth, so anything a person with no teeth can have.
Something soft, like I've got like cheese.
Yes, ma'am.
Tillamook
That'll work.
cheese. Okay.
There's, what was the other stuff on here that I told you I was gonna look up? Because I want you to know I'm telling the truth, but I also have a lot of anxiety and that creates communication issues.
Sure. There were quite a few things you told me you were gonna look up. I apologize, I don't remember specifically what all that they were, but I'll step out, you can collect your thoughts, you can relax. I'll get you that snack, you got some water, and we'll go from there, okay?
Yes, ma'am. I did want to make the point that the fact that I've been told that as a disabled person who is being victimized, I'm supposed to go to a mandated reporter, and the mandated reporter is supposed to turn it into mental health.
Mhm.
And then mental health gets to make the decision on whether or not there's an investigation, except that that's not their job. They don't do investigations. So why is it that the state of Oregon is having people who are disabled being sent to mental health?
That's a $1,000,000 question. I unfortunately cannot answer for you, but I hear frustrations. So I'm gonna step out, I'll get you those things, and I will be back, okay?
Yes,
Are you
ma'am.
cold or anything like that?
No, I'm scared.
Scared? You know what? That's fair, and I hear ya, and we're gonna try to help you as best we can, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, okay. I'll be back in to check on you in a few, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Alrighty, sir. I got some. This is the stuff I could find in our fridge. I got some applesauce, although I don't have a spoon, unfortunately, and then some cheese for you there. Okay?
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Hello. Hey,
Hello.
how you doing, sir?
I'm still breathing.
Still breathing, still kicking. That's good. My name's Greg. I'm one of the PAs here.
Good to meet you, Greg.
You're Sean?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Sean, I understand you've been having some pretty intense stuff happening to you. I didn't actually connect with part of our team, so all I have here is that somebody's threatened you, your car got vandalized, and obviously that's
A lot
terrible.
more to it than that, actually. It's repeated threats against my life, and there's a lot of stuff here, but a lot of. I'm here because I'm trying to flee abuse elsewhere.
I see.
And the thing is that there's the amount of time that it takes to get services versus the amount of time that it takes for people to harass you into leaving. And it's very difficult, especially with all the hatred towards homeless right now.
Hi, I have the officer here to talk to you. Can he come in?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, come on in.
Okay,
Sean, how's it going?
Maybe we'll swap.
Well, that's one of the officers I was not happy with.
You were not
That's
happy
on the
with?
recording. Yeah, you spoke with me about Molly twice.
Yes, I remember us talking about Molly, yeah.
Yeah, over almost a month in between the two times we spoke.
Okay.
The situation there, as well as multiple situations since and before, needed to be documented and taken seriously. There's a lot of ways that we're gonna try to help go in, but due to their own personal lives, have been unable to.
People who were gonna go in where?
Well, to try to turn in the abuse that was going on with me.
Okay.
So that would be to you guys. Scott Scudder was going to help me with that, and his brother, and his mom, and his dad Jason. There's also Dallas Palmer and his friend Luke, and several others that were with him, including, I believe, his brother. There's also the evidence that I have as well as far as well, how inappropriate you had acted in that situation, especially the second time.
How inappropriate I acted on during our conversation?
Yes, sir. I recorded it for a reason. I mean, the first time, given the situation and the circumstance, it was understandable, but it was still wrong. The second time, I mean, by that point, Molly had already committed a lot of crimes against me and been pounding on my car.
Okay.
And threatening me and threatening Tom and threatening to kill both of us and threatening violence and then playing victim, trying to break into the Fred Meyers. Caleb is one of the assistant managers there, and he can tell you about multiple situations with her as well.
What can you tell me about your situation with her? Is there anything new since we spoke last?
How much of the evidence have you looked at?
There was no evidence. It was your word versus her word. You were just telling me
It's
this.
not her word versus mine. You said that you were going to look at my internet channel, and it is on my internet channel, multiple situations with both her and him. There's also the fact that I don't have a facility to sit down and actually go through all this stuff. I'm spending my money running around to go to one place to another after another after another, told this place is supposed to help me and that place is supposed to help me. They're all mandated reporters, and they're all wasting my money. They tell me these are free services. They're not free services if it costs me money to get there and they don't do anything but waste my time. As far as the evidence of Molly's stuff, yeah, there's a bunch of it. You said you were going to look at my YouTube channel. So did several other officers who obviously did not.
I looked at them and all I could find was you talking in your car.
Well, that's the thing about me having a place to sit down with officers and actually show them, like I explained the first 300 times that I had to talk to officers about this. I'm disabled, and one of those disabilities is my finances. I don't have the ability to financially run around for a bunch of people to blow smoke up my backside and send me right back out and be victimized yet again by the same people.
How was Molly victimizing you?
Well, that's the thing, threatening to kill me, beating on my vehicle, and of course, multiple situations just like that. That's the thing with looking at the evidence. The evidence, I'd rather have you look at the evidence than try to explain to you every single situation that happened.
So evidence would be like you videotaping her pounding on your car. Do you have a videotape of her pounding on your
Yeah,
car?
I have evidence also of the other victims that she had, multiples in this town, including Alexander and also Tom. I've got conversations with Tom about the threats against my life and against his. I've also got the situation with Caleb where really you can go talk to Caleb and you can ask about it. And then, of course, the officers that I've spoken to since then have blown me off, and they want to know what Molly's last name is. I don't know, because when I spoke to you about it, you didn't take it seriously. Now, I did try to make a report about you to a sergeant. They didn't send out a sergeant. They sent out somebody else who did the same thing that you did, which is highly inappropriate. I'm an at-risk adult, whether an officer says that I'm cognitive or not, I'm still at risk.
Okay.
And being abused, I cannot defend myself. No matter how many times I explain that, the protocols for that situation are faulted. I can't just continue to take this abuse because everybody says it's not their job or they don't have the funding, especially when I've researched the laws and I've looked them up and I've looked on the Oregon state sites, and I've also looked on the sites as far as many of the other crimes that were committed against me. I make sure I know my stuff before I go talking to people. And if they want to tell me things that are untrue, I'll let them keep right along talking, and I'll record it right along while they're talking, and then I'll get on my YouTube and show the difference between what they said and what the law actually says, and I do that often.
Okay.
I've
So
got
what
the
evidence
mandated
do you have
report.
of Molly abusing you?
Multiple recordings of her harassing me after the multiple times I spoke to you and other officers and screaming at my vehicle and beating on my vehicle. I have those videos.
Okay.
Like that.
How do I get those videos?
Well,
Do you have the? Are they in your log? Like most of your videos on your YouTube are like over an hour.
I'm well aware of that, and that's why I need a place to sit down with somebody and actually show them those videos and show them
Right.
approximately where it was at, because me being there, I'm aware of approximately what times and days, and I can find the videos, but I need a place where I can sit down and have the time to do that. I don't have any money. I get $800 a month in disability. That's not enough to live on.
How do you not have
Last month
time
I
to
didn't have
do
that.
that?
It takes money to go to places to do that. It also takes skills that I don't have. I had people teach me how to do the recording, or I wouldn't be able to do that. I had to have people help me to get an email address because I couldn't do that. I am technologically illiterate. I can literally sit with you and just like this. I just did this for her.
And
I
watch
pulled
each of
it
your
open.
hour-long videos?
We don't have to watch each of my hour-long videos. And the fact is, when it comes to people who are repeatedly abused like me, I would have rather just sit down with an officer at the very beginning and show what was going on and show the evidence before it got completely out of hand. But that's the thing, is that I'm an at-risk adult. I've got multiple officers here in Tillamook who are not medical professionals, are not qualified to tell me that I am not an at-risk adult.
So as an at-risk adult, do you have an advocate?
I don't, and I've been trying to get one.
Okay. Who would you go through to get that?
Well, I've already tried through CARE, and I've already tried through Waves of Change. I've also attempted the situation out there at the what you guys have that passes as a homeless center, although that has actually been through these other agencies. But the thing is, I keep getting sent from one agency to another. I've been to the Oregon DHS, and as far as their jobs as mandated reporters, they outright didn't do it. Now, the one lady that I spoke with the first time that I went in with somebody else, I went in with Kara Scudder, and they took it seriously. The second time I went there, I had to go there alone because Kara had a lot of other stuff she had going on, and her husband's phone is how I have to get a hold of her, and it wasn't working right. So I had to go in alone, and it was a different lady who was there, and I got treated completely different. The way that a disabled and homeless male is treated when he goes in alone is entirely wrong.
Sean, what can I help you with tonight? What abuse from Molly do you want to report tonight?
Well, sir, I want something to be done not just about the situation with Molly, but also the officers that were involved in that situation, yourself included, so that I can feel safe in this community.
What situation you mean? Like the times that we've spoken with you in the middle of the night?
not just speaking with you, but also speaking with others. I mean, for me to be getting harassed to that point, or for me to have to be afraid of calling the police, to be afraid that I'll be threatened, harassed, intimidated, or blown off, and I'll have to deal with Molly for another month. And then when I try to explain the situation, to have them dismiss what I'm saying by saying, "Oh, well, you just need to stay away from her." You know what? If it was that easy, it would be done. It costs money to move. Every time I'm victimized by somebody and it is ignored to the point that I have to move, not only does the person get away with it, it deprives me of resources and prevents me from staying in that community or getting the help that it takes 6 to 8 months of jumping through hoops to get. You're lucky.
So what kind of help are you looking for? You say that we're ignoring the situation. How would we not be ignoring the situation? What would you be looking for us to do?
Well, you got plenty of little offices there in your police station. I noticed how small it is. There doesn't really look to be any space for a victim to sit down in an interview room and show this. But that's what needs to be done. I can't provide a room for myself and internet for myself and all of these for myself and a place to plug in my computer to sit down with the evidence and do all of that.
Have you ever asked to do that?
I have.
Okay.
I've done that in Hood River. I've done it in the Dalles, and I've done it here.
Okay.
I've actually called up to talk to a sergeant who I explained that that's what I wanted to have happen. But instead of a sergeant coming out, it was another feller. And he is the one that told me when I explained to him that I'm an at-risk adult who's being abused and having my life threatened, and it's not just threats, it is physical abuse against my vehicle. She is beating on it. She was doing that, and there are multiple witnesses, including the Scudders, including Dallas Palmer.
Okay.
But I also have communication issues when I'm overwhelmed, and that's due to autism and primarily due to PTSD.
So the library has Wi-Fi and people hook up to the library.
I'm aware, but the problem is my car's on empty. I've been going to all these different places, including libraries. What I need is someone to sit down with me and look at it. For me, jumping through all these hoops where I'm not capable and not able because of my disabilities, telling me to do something I'm not able to do is not going to make it possible.
You're not able to watch videos and see.
I am able to watch videos. Are you not able to? Hold up. This is starting to become condescending.
Actually has Molly doing something?
It does have Molly doing those things. I explained that to you last time and you said you were going to look at it. I get that it's over an hour long. That's the important part about sitting with the victim and actually looking at it. I don't have the ability to keep on running around trying to do these things when I don't have any representatives to help me turn this in anyway. So I have to run around trying to find somebody to help me to do that because you guys are just going to start becoming condescending.
So you're looking for somebody to just sit with you and watch your videos? Is that what you're saying?
I'm looking for somebody to look at evidence. I don't have the ability to do everybody's jobs for them. I can't even take care of myself, let alone doing the police's jobs for them. I did the best that I could by recording the actual situations and by trying to explain to officers in person that it does exist. It would be nice if I had the ability to just sit down and do that and had all of the editing skills to sit down and do that and wrap it up in a nice, neat little bow and package on a silver platter and just hand it to y'all. But I've been trying. The problem is too many officers have gotten involved in a negative way to try to hide the crimes of their friends, and that is not okay. And as a result, I have been through many years of abuse and a whole bunch of stuff that I have to be afraid to turn in because law enforcement is law enforcement wherever you go. Does that make any sense?
No.
I didn't figure it
No.
would, and that's the problem with you
No.
being the officer who
Because
showed
it
up.
makes sense to have your videos. You have your own videos that you've taken.
Yes,
So you know which days and which times Molly was on those videos.
I don't know
You
which
have the
days. I have to
ability
go
to
through.
through
No,
your
I
own
don't. I
videos
have been going through them.
and
The problem
find
is
those
when I go
times.
through them and I try to talk
Nobody's
to you
going
guys,
to sit down and watch 4 hours of video looking for something that might be there.
that is there, first of all. And second of all, you're getting condescending again. This is inappropriate, sir.
No, I'm not getting condescending. I'm telling you, nobody from the police department is going to sit down to watch 4 hours of video for something that might or might not be there.
I'm telling
I'm
you
not
that it is
condescending.
there.
I'm telling you no.
I'm telling you that there is evidence and that, yes, your officers can take a look at it. If you can argue with me for an hour and you can tell me that it's nobody's job for an hour, you've got an hour to take a look. I mean, that's the thing about me having the internet right here at my fingertips is that I can start typing that stuff in there. But
Right.
here, I have a place to do it. I have a roof over my head. I have 2 witnesses, and I have an officer right there. I have it recorded so that it is recorded that I'm making the effort.
Right, but when people come to us with video evidence, they come and they say, "Oh, here is the video that I have. Here's
That's
the
right,
part
and
where
that's
the
that's
crime
what I'm
against me
doing right
begins."
here. This is
Watch
what I
this
am trying
video.
to do, and that's what I was trying to do. And last time that I spoke with you, that's why it's not appropriate for you to be here. It's not appropriate for you to be the officer who's doing that.
Okay, I don't have to be here if it's not appropriate for you. Get an advocate. Get some
I've been
resources.
trying, and you're one of the officers I'm trying to turn in.
Watch your videos, and if you can find the times in the video where Molly is
And that's the
harassing
thing is
you,
that I have been running around
That's
like
what
a
you can
chicken
bring
with
to
my
us.
head cut off. I am overwhelmed, and I need assistance with that. Instead of telling me repeatedly to do things that I'm not capable of doing and arguing with me over my abilities, you know what? You are not a qualified doctor to make those decisions, and that's the thing, is that my disabilities are not a choice. I am overwhelmed. I am talking faster because I am scared, and the fact is, I knew there was a possibility that it was going to be one of the 3 officers who have done wrong in this town that I was trying to turn in, which is the whole point in doing this to begin with.
Okay.
Another officer needs to show up, preferably a sergeant.
okay. There's a sergeant working right now. He's going to tell you he doesn't have
It doesn't matter
He
what he's
can't
going
go
to tell
through
me.
your
I'm
own
asking for a
videos.
sergeant, and it is my right to speak
watching
to the
hours and
sergeant.
hours.
I didn't say he has to watch it for hours and hours. I can sit there with him and pull that stuff up for him. I can sit there with him. If there is a room where I can, like right now, I am in a room with you. I have the
And
internet
you have yet
access
to
right
pull
now.
up
and
anything up.
You're busy talking to me. I am busy engaging in conversation with you, and you are antagonizing the situation. You need to leave. You have created a safety issue already by being
All right.
here. It is time for you to leave for my safety.
My sergeant's on. I'll tell him you're requesting him.
And see, that's the problem with having to turn in predators, and one of your predators shows up. I told you it could be one of those 3 officers, and it is.
I apologize for that. I am not
It's
familiar with
not
the
your fault,
officers
and you're
here.
totally good. I knew it was gonna be random. I didn't know their names. I mean, I have their names recorded on my videos. I have to go back through my videos to record it.
Sure.
But for me to bring that stuff up while he's engaged in conversation with me, like I'm literally pulling it up to pull it up and show him, but he's asking me questions and talking to me, and I'm trying to engage with him.
I
while
hear
trying to
it's
do that.
distracting to try to answer questions
And that's one of the
and
things
do it at
about
the same
people taking
time.
advantage of somebody who has sensory processing issues. He's already aware of this.
He is gonna get the sergeant for you. Do you?
We think,
What's that?
we think.
We think. I can double check on that.
We also are working with somewhat of a time constraint here, sir.
Because of my disabilities and because of the fact that I have time constraints and limited availability, I can't do these things for myself, and that's the problem, is that nobody is understanding. Because of my abilities, I cannot do these things for myself.
I hear you.
And,
Okay.
and that's the point of going to mandated reporters. Because I am an at-risk adult, I am supposed to go to mandated reporters for them to talk over me while I'm trying to do what it is they're asking. That's not appropriate, and I was already overwhelmed. And I do want to say that this young lady here was professional. She did not talk down to me. She didn't treat me in a condescending way, and she definitely didn't try to antagonize the situation like that officer did. That is not her fault that that happened.
No, definitely.
I did let her know that that was a possibility, and I don't blame her or you for any of that.
Yeah, definitely. It's a tough spot. You never know who will show up. I think to be productive here, I do wonder if this is a good space to perhaps try to find some of that evidence.
Well, it is also, a lot of the evidence that I have is in my storage unit, and I could drive there with somebody and show them. The thing is, the officers, they do have a room there that I can go sit in, and they can offer it to me for me to go sit in that room, for me to sit there with my evidence so that I can get it to them.
Yes.
And because of my disabilities and because of the extreme nature of this situation, they're supposed to have that room and they're supposed to have a guardian or advocate present.
Which I can definitely document as well.
Yes, sir.
I think that's very easy for us to do from our perspective here. It is admittedly difficult for us to also kind of go through your evidence. I think our reporting should include that you are being threatened. This Molly figure is obviously creating quite a lot of distress in your life. And perhaps down the line from that, there would be a space to sit down with one of the officers through that avenue.
That's exactly what I've been hoping for.
Yeah.
The problem is with civilian oversight, it quickly becomes inappropriate.
I see.
And I am not allowed to get frustrated. All I can do is shut down and be afraid. And when I'm having to go to mandated reporters who are cops, we, on the homeless circuit, we call it the blue line of BS. But the thing is, like when you try to turn in law enforcement is not supposed to make excuses for other law enforcement. They're not supposed to make excuses for people that you're trying to turn in. It's kind of like a friend of mine was raped and she had to go in and talk to the cops by herself. And they asked her, well, are you sure you didn't ask for it maybe even a little? Like, no, that's not what
That's
you do.
very leading.
One woman, her name is Teresa Miss Elliott. She was raped in Boulder, Colorado. She tried to turn it into the police because she fought off her attacker. They didn't charge him with anything. They charged her with assault. There was another woman there, Michelle Clark. She was raped. She was afraid she would get in trouble if she fought back. So because she didn't fight back, they refused to charge him with rape, and they charged her with making a false report. She was going to school there in CU to become a doctor. And she had to flee the state.
Yeah, it's pretty terrifying.
It's terrifying when you've got to try to turn in police and that, you have to find a mandated reporter who will help you turn in that police officer. I've repeatedly had the officers I'm trying to turn in show up. In this case, it's not a situation where I wasn't sure what his name was. It's in my videos because I do record them, but I wasn't sure which one was going to show up. But a lot of other instances, when I was telling on an officer who had broken the law and helped my predators get away, those departments decided they were going to only and exclusively send that specific officer. Case in point was Dual County Sheriff's Department with Officer Hahn. He was their lead investigator. He was also one of the officers that was instrumental in playing the mentally ill thing. Like every time I tried to turn him in, they'd call me mentally ill. And Scott DeCosta, he's the sheriff. He ran around town telling everybody I was schizophrenic so they wouldn't listen to me. And, as soon as I got there to Hood River, the officers there wanted to go telling that stuff to people. And I don't have the ability to sit down in a place. I have to do this from a car. I can't just keep on driving to the library for a short period of time and then having to take everything that I have, pick it up again. Like I said, I got back injuries. My evidence is heavy. I need a place to sit down and go through it, and there's a lot of it. It's not something where I can go in for a few minutes a day, set everything down, get it taken care of, and it's all done and over with. It's a situation where I still have to take care of my daily needs and I'm not capable. And that's the thing that people aren't paying any attention to. I can't take care of myself because of this. I can't turn in my predators. I don't have the ability to do so because of the lack of resources. And those resources were taken away from me because I tried to turn in bad police officers. People who thought, oh, well, he's a homeless male. Nobody will care. I don't do my job as a mandated reporter. But then when Natalie Bollinger got her brains blown out, well, then they were real heavy invested in hiding the fact that I went to them.
Okay, so I'm gonna be reporting a few key figures. It sounds like We're talking about Molly, who lives locally.
Yeah.
She has taken direct action against you, threatening your life. Obviously,
And
kind of
manipulating
attacking-
others to try to insinuate that I was harming her or might be harming others. She attempted to break into a building and an attempt to do that. She got in between a little girl and her vehicle, preventing that girl from getting into the car to try to convince people to help her to harm me.
Okay.
She wanted people to believe her, and so she threw those tantrums.
Okay.
The
So
cops
she's-
showed up and they didn't do anything about her. They came over and talked to me,
Okay.
and I explained what was going on. I'd recorded multiple times those situations. That officer that was just here, he had blown me off, and the statements that he had made that were inappropriate to let me know he wasn't going to do his job.
Okay.
And then here, you know, because I do have him recorded saying he was going to look at those videos, here he says there's no evidence on those videos. Well, there's a lot of videos. Since there is evidence on the videos that I have, and you're right, this is a good place to do that, but setting up a time to do it and a place to do it, that's what I was hoping to do here. But then when it becomes a situation where I'm more heightened and more afraid because of the situation, then it makes it more difficult for me to perform even basic tasks.
I see. I think a good goal for this visit is to start the process of reporting some of the figures you're concerned with. I would offer this space as a place that you can kind of research your videos. We do close at a certain time. It's actually kind of blooming. That will be somewhat of a limiting factor for us this evening. We do have, I think, quite a number of patients left. So if this would be a good time for you to kind of use the space and review some of the video, be totally okay with me. I would like to be a support as best I can.
Yes, sir. One of the things is that, I mean, it's, what time is it? About 6?
Yes, yes,
Yeah, it's all right. You can call me sir or ma'am. I'm not
sir.
afraid of either one. One of the things is that it's going to take a while to go through this, and that's much of the difficulty is that I need someone to explain to people plain and simple English that I don't have the ability or the facilities.
Yeah.
Telling me to go to a library over and over and over again doesn't give me the ability to go to the library, and it doesn't make it so the library has the availability for services.
So perhaps me documenting that it is a challenge to find the space and the access, the evidence is part of this mandated.
And that is very true, yes, sir. I mean, the thing is that right here, I've got a lot of stuff with Molly. I do have to go through and listen to all those, and I do, you know, I go through and I listen to them and I try to document it, but also I have to relive the trauma while I'm doing it. And for me to find the stuff that I need to find,
Can't be pleasant.
it's not, especially when it's all over the place. I mean, it's one thing when you've had crimes committed in just one area. It's another thing when you're having crimes committed in this area because of crimes that happened elsewhere.
Yes.
And you're having difficulties getting anyone to listen anywhere because of the mentally ill tag. And then the more overwhelmed you are, the more you talk 100 miles an hour. And then
Totally.
people are like, oh my God, he's on fucking drugs. No, I'm scared.
I think another resource that we should consider starting to set up this evening is another space we could consider is with a counselor. We actually have access to a number of folks within the community. Have you had a chance to reach out to any sort of social work or mental health?
I've been doing that nonstop since I got here because mental health workers are all mandated reporters. I've been to them. I need someone to go in with me, and I need a guardian or an advocate to go with me to any of those, or they do nothing. And then my predators get away with pulling the stuff that obviously they pull. The situation here, I am trying to look this stuff up. I'm also trying to engage in conversation, and it's difficult for me to do both at the same time. Also, if you can tell while I'm doing this and I'm also trying to speak, my voice, my speech messes up.
Okay.
I also have problems stuttering. So I breathe, and a lot, and it took me a lot of practice to not stutter. So then when I do stutter, people want to take that the wrong way and insinuate that I'm stupid.
I would not read into that myself, but
Also, I have a computer, it's a desktop. This is where most of my evidence with Molly is and with Tom. A lot of it, for the most part, is audio recordings. There's a lot of places that I went where these places are technically considered clinics, although they're not, like care.
yeah,
I did record the situations, and they didn't do what they're supposed to do or what I was told that they're supposed to do.
what about TFCC,
Which one is that?
Tillamook Family Counseling?
I've been told to go there. That's the
Yeah.
one that's over by, it's like a
It's
block and a
heading
half away
south.
from Safeway.
Yeah, give or take.
Yeah,
It's heading south out of town.
yeah, I went
Um,
there. That's getting told to go. Kara Scudder was gonna try to help me go to those places, but like I said, and I'm completely frustrated on my YouTube channel. I even
Yeah.
scream and curse about the situation. She wants to help. Her husband wants to help. But they've got their own lives. They've got their own children. They've got their own health issues. But the fact is that they're trying. The thing is that they're with them not coming in with me today, it decreases my chances of being heard because
yeah.
my communication issues are obviously diminished since speaking with that officer, and the more scared I am, the more likely that is to happen.
I would say perhaps let's take a moment to see if you are able to find anything that would help you. It should the sergeant be on his way.
He
And I'll
needs
come
to go
back
in
and
with
check
me to
on
help
it,
me
okay?
turn this lady in. Alright, that's what needs to happen.
Like this one right here.
I'd say this is a good one for you to write down the actual time on the video so that when the officer comes and is able to.
Well, that's the thing, is that it's the entire situation. They're literally going out of their way not to do their jobs by not looking at evidence. I have to tell them the time that it is, and they pull out one little piece. Well, if they end up doing that, then it's easy for me to frame people for crimes that they didn't commit by just saying, all right, we'll look at 2 minutes and 38 seconds to 2 minutes or to 3 minutes and 11 seconds. And then after that, you look at, I mean, literally, you can chop somebody's conversation up and make sure that the moral of the story and the point of it is entirely missed.
That is a good point.
I'm lucky that I have the name of it. Do you have a pen I can use to do that?
Yeah, let me get you some pen, paper, and at least while we're still here this evening working on our other folks, I think this would be a good space for you to start to accumulate those times within each video. Hold on just a moment.
The most important part is finding a place where I can sit down and do. I don't have to come to the hospital and try to be overstretched by a time limit, because then I have a panic attack and shut down.
We don't want that. I agree with you. Okay, hold on one sec.
Yes, sir. All right, looks like we got a bunch of people typing on here. Stevie Lork typed. Sean, I hope you are well. I have been watching your case for months. I am shocked at how people are treated by officials again and again in the land of the free. Try to stay strong. Nate typed, Sean, not everyone's a predictor. He's just asking questions. Unless you have a clip of said problem, then they're not going to do anything. Look up on YouTube to edit vids. Well, that's what I'm doing, Nate. Let me show you what I'm doing here. This is a video. I've gone through a lot of these and listened to them, and I post them on YouTube this way because trying to show it to the cops is not easy. But then even if I give them a list of the videos that it's in, and they tell me that they can't go through it. I mean, it's insane. The fact is,
you know, it takes work, and the fact that there's people who are dead because cops didn't want to do their jobs. Nobody's gonna this, nobody's gonna that. You know what? The cop doesn't have to sit down with me the entire time. I can sit down if I have a place and do exactly what I'm doing here. C. Lort typed, if I would not live in Europe, I would try to help you in person, but of course I can't do that, so I can only send you my best wishes. They're just lazy. You're right, Siggy, but what you can do is speak up and share the story.
Do you want these things?
Yes, ma'am.
Just document. All right.
Ma'am?
Oh yeah, you're welcome. Anything I can get you right now?
I think the main thing is to understand that, like, what I'm doing here,
Sure.
this is exactly what I need,
Yeah.
but also I'm under a time constraint and having a severe panic attack right now.
Okay.
And also it's gonna take more time than we probably have tonight.
Okay.
Would it be alright if I went outside and had part of a tobacco for a few minutes? Is that allowed?
I don't know that it's allowed to come and go. I can't like stop you. So if you leave your things in here, you can step outside. I'll allow you to step outside. You know what? It is what it is, right? You can step outside, that's fine. Just knock on that door when you're done and I
Yes,
can let
ma'am.
you back in, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Just let me know when you're gonna step out. So are you doing it right now? Or are you gonna wait a little bit?
Yeah, I should probably step out right now so
Okay.
that I can calm down a little bit before the sergeant gets here.
Okay, absolutely. That's totally fair. Feel free if you need your stuff here. If you don't want to tote it all outside, it'll be safe in here. I'll shut this door.
Yes, ma'am. I'm just gonna take my phone with me so I can talk at it.
Sure, sure.
Also, I have to take this with me because it's illegal to record if I'm not here. I don't need that at the moment.
Oh, you got your cigarette?
They're out in my car.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, did I bring my hood? Yeah, I did. No, I did. Yes, I did.
So this is the door that you'll just knock on, and I will get back in that room, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Nice. I found me some winners. Oh. Oh. Fucking Farbenuggen. Using fucking rhymes. Oh. Please be a freaking blanket, Andy. Oh my god. Oh. Ooh. Oh. I feel bad for anybody who's got to deal with me in any capacity after I've had a severe panic attack. Now, that lady did say that she apologized for him being there. No, it's all right. I let her know beforehand that it was a possibility. At least it wasn't like the other situations where I tried to turn in an officer by name and they specifically knew that that was the officer I was trying to turn in, and instead they sent him to me. I'm afraid of him because of the inappropriate things that he did the first couple of times with Molly. The problems with me going in person are because I'm petrified. That someone else there, I am fucking petrified. I am terrified that they will victimize me, talk over me, and tell me that people threatening to fucking kill me and assaulting me isn't against the law. I don't hate these people. And that officer who was just here, you know what? I don't feel like doing his job for him. I've been doing this for years. I get a notebook and I fill out all this stuff and I write it all down. And I go to try to turn it in. Next thing you know, I'm getting arrested. Like, what the fuck? Oh yeah, you can't turn in a crooked cop. That's right. At that point, they are crooked. It's fine to make a mistake, all right? It is fine for you to make a mistake. If you admit your mistake. But if you try to hide your mistake, you are committing crimes. I'm expected to remember all of the specifics of complicated situations or to be able to produce it at a moment's notice. You know, I finally got a place where I can sit down with the evidence and go through it. I'm worked up, so it's gumming up the works a bit right now, but yeah, at least for a few, I have the ability to go through that about the Molly situation. I have thousands of pieces of evidence that I have to do with that with. And also I have to take care of myself while doing so, which I am incapable of. It's either one or the other, and I can't do either. I've repeatedly asked for a guardian and explained that I need one, and many people have agreed with me. I've had caseworkers who told me that, or not caseworkers, yeah, a caseworker told me that I needed a guardian, but that they can't provide one for me. And then they asked me if I had parents or some brothers or sisters or friends that would do that. Well, I had some friends that said that they would, but after months and months and months, they never tried. And today with that officer, you know, I said that there were 3 officers that I was trying to turn in here. I meant it. Now, the sergeant that I spoke with, you know, he actually got worse marks than this guy here. But that was possibly a different sergeant. Also, for the first try, he got leeway. He was at least nice. The problem is when they start doing that whole situation where they're talking over me, like I'm trying to explain the situation for them, but they got a fucking pre-assembled goddamn excuses. You don't get finished before they're talking over you again, so you got to talk over them too. It antagonizes the situation and scares the victim. Now, did the hospital intentionally have an officer that was one of the issues show up? Absolutely not. They didn't know the names of the officers who did it. I don't know the names of the officers who did it. I got their names on cards in my pocket, and I have their names, some of them, recorded on my YouTube channel. It's a matter of having a place to sit down and go through them all. And I don't have that. for me to explain that I'm going to have to go through easily 60 hours of recordings to try to find what they're looking for, and I can't take care of myself. I can't take care of myself. It's fucking crazy. So now that I'm overwhelmed, I'm expected to do things that are not so easy to do, and they're definitely not easy to do while overwhelmed. The fact that I threw my cigarette like an asshole has deprived me of why I came out here to begin with. I fucking threw it, not intentionally. I was shaking it so that it was packed, and it just went flying. I also have to worry about talking to the cops alone while I'm trying to turn in their coworkers, because they may do the same thing if they're talking over me, and my disability's preventing me from doing what they're asking, or their demeanor towards me making me too afraid to go in alone. Those are important. The fact that I still tried going in alone even through my fears. Yeah, somebody's got to be brave, right? Unfortunately, some of us lose our cigarettes. The other thing, as far as PTSD goes, I can't just turn it off just if you want me to. The things that Natalie and her friends put me through, and the things the general public has put me through, the things the police have put me through, and the fact that I've had nothing but fucking arguments. Like, alright, did you see it happen? Yeah? Yeah, you did? Well, then why didn't you come forward? Why am I still begging you to come forward? My predators, including child molesters and rapists, got away because you didn't come forward about what you knew. Now, I have to organize all of this while having all of the things that I need in order to be able to organize it and turn it in. After having all of those things taken away for trying to turn in law enforcement and the Bollingers, then they tell me I have to do it all by myself, when obviously I can't. They took away everything that's needed to do that, to retaliate against me and prevent me from turning them in and having the resources to turn them in. Now, then we get an asshole like that guy who was just here, too fucking lazy to do his job. Whose fault is that? Is that my fault that he's too fucking lazy? Is it my fault that he wanted to start off? Well, obviously he was the wrong officer to be there. It should have been somebody else. Oh, fuck it. I could probably get a couple of drags off of this right here. And this one right here. I can probably roll into another halfy cigarette, I hope. The things they're asking me to do, I need a place to do it. I can't just keep on driving around. I can't take care of myself on the money that I have. This is taking advantage of an at-risk adult. They're asking me things that I am incapable of doing, and that is unreasonable. And then, rather than try to understand why I'm not able to do what they're asking, or understand that I have tried doing what they're asking over and over and over again, maybe they should stop making suggestions. They've got a room in the police station I could sit in. I could sit in there for hours or even days if necessary. That's what that room is supposed to be for. They can't provide this and they can't provide that. And he's like, no, nobody's going to sit down and listen to 4 hours of Jesus fucking Christ. That's not what I'm asking you to do, asshole. And if you keep on fucking interrupting me to say that over and over and over again, it's not going to change the facts. I got to go through and write down the times and the dates and the places and all of that, and I have to do that while I can't function. And that's the thing about having medical professionals here. I'm sure at least one of them understands Maslow's hierarchy of needs. I suppose the first one that I should play for him, though, isn't actually the crimes against me. I should play for him the thing with Marcia Estrada. If they would let me sit down at the fucking cop shop with my evidence and plug it in and go to fucking work, that'd be fine. I'd be fine with that. But I gotta know that I'm not gonna be retaliated against the moment I walk in the door. All right, we got tobacco. The staff here at the hospital have been nice. Could I get another one of those masks?
Yeah, absolutely, Sean. Can't grab a minute.
Thanks, sir. So is there a social worker here?
So we're gonna get you back in here. I will go grab your mask from right around the corner here.
Yes, sir. I almost grabbed a diaper because they're the same yellow.
Yeah, you don't have to put one of those now.
Sometimes I need them when my back's really messed up. I worry about pooping myself or peeing myself.
And there you are, sir.
Thanks, sir.
You're welcome.
Now, if that officer wasn't so busy trying to fast talk and cover his tracks, I'd have been able to explain to him that with the immense volume of this stuff that I have to go through and the conditions that I'm living in, yeah, going to the library is a fantasy. But I don't get to explain that. When you're trying to turn in the people who have been predatory towards you or have been lazy and just simply not tried doing their jobs. It's not my fault. It's not my choice. Now here's the thing, I can go to jail or prison, obviously, based on people pretending like I would do something. Now with all this evidence, I gotta find a place by myself without the resources to get that place, without a guardian, where no matter what, when I try to turn it in, I gotta worry about that. I'm glad that officer is gone. Anyway, we'll go through this.
At the tone, please record message. When you finish recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options. To send a fax, press 4 now. To leave a callback number, press 5.
Tom, I really need to be done with Molly, and she was just beating on my vehicle trying to find you. I don't know where you're at, which is a good thing, I am sure. Whatever you got going on with Molly, now she's trying to run around saying that you fucking took her money or you owe her money or something like that. I don't care. I'm done with Molly, Tom. All right, at this point, it has become chronic harassment. I need you to go in with me to talk to the police about this situation. I literally had to talk to the police today to try to get something done about Molly. I need her to leave me alone. All right, I am in the process of trying to get a protection order against Molly. Okay? Since the day I started helping you, she's been doing this fucking nutty bullshit, and I need it to stop, dude. I should not be being victimized for trying to help you.
I think he calls back in just a few minutes. I'm not sure though. The video's 38 minutes long.
I'm still a homeless and disabled male. When stuff like this happens this time of night, you know, that's the thing, is that tides have changed. Sure, I'm supposed to call them if something happens. But, well, it's past 9 at night. It's weekend time, so that's when they don't work. So, what do I do? I guess they have another number other than the one that I have. And I could try that well in just a few minutes if... Molly's making my life hell. She should have left me the fuck alone, just like Patty Boa should have left me the fuck alone. Just like Lane Crowley's should have left me the fuck alone. There's a lot of people that just should have left me the fuck alone. Now they leave me very few options. With me being a male, basically my options are take the abuse or get violent. And I'm not okay with either of those. Do not force violence upon me. Just because I do not fight back most of the time does not mean that I will not react. Just because I am autistic and can take a little bit more pain than other people doesn't mean that that I don't feel pain. And just because you abuse me for exhibiting the same emotions that you exhibit doesn't mean that I don't have the same emotions that you do. With the exception of embarrassment. Embarrassment is not an emotion felt by rational human beings. Kimberly Jepson, Christian. In high school, she said that jealousy is the most useless emotion. Well, her God is a jealous God, according to her book. Jealousy is not a useless emotion. It gives us drive. My mother once told me, I told her I wanted to take an art class. She said Eric was the artist of the family. That's my older brother. She said, Eric's the artist of the family, but you might be an okay interior decorator. My mom always pushed me to be gay. Always wanted to push homosexual stereotypes on me. And then, of course, she wanted to tell me that she couldn't love me if I was gay. Well, I'm not gay. But I'll pretend to be gay for my mom's sake. If that's what she wants, fine. I'll pretend to be gay. That way she can justify her hatred and stupidity. As far as Molly goes and her fucking repeated harassment, repeated threats against my life, repeatedly told to leave me the fuck alone. I washed my hands clean to that bitch. She cannot see me as a human being or talk to me like I'm a human being. She needs to go the fuck away. If she's only gonna pretend that I'm a human being when she wants something, like to stalk Tom, not happening. I got multiple recordings with Tom. I got multiple recordings with Molly. There's two people here in town that are homeless that I think might be able to help. Hopefully I'll be able to hit them up tomorrow. For the time being, I gotta be afraid to go to sleep because that fucking crazy nut job lady might come beating on my fucking window at any point in time. Fucking beating on my car. There's a big difference between knocking and fucking beating on somebody's car. If I got my headphones full fucking blast and somebody is beating on my car loud enough that I can hear it over, these go in my head.
I'm holding up
This
my
right here, it goes in
headphones.
my head. See, it plugs into my head. With the all the way up, I can't hear shit. I pulled out my phone to start recording because somebody's seriously beating on my fucking car.
Alright, it's from October 1st.
Like fucking A, I just went to the cops today about Molly. I had to go to a fucking special agency called Tides of Change to try to get the people there to help me to turn in Molly. Now, they didn't give a shit about Molly. What they gave a shit about was that old dude who drives the Dolphin. Shit, I could give more than just a description. I could draw a picture of the fucking man. Yes, he's in my videos. This isn't where I want to fucking be. You think I want to be in the fucking Fred Meyer parking lot? No, the people at Tides of Change told me to park over at the Blue Heron. Blue Heron says I can't do that because they'll get in trouble. Then the cops tell me they don't know why the people at the Blue Heron would say that. But the Blue Heron, obviously, is not a safe place to park to stay the night. Obviously, Fred Meyer is also not a safe place, but the people at Fred Meyer haven't told me I have to leave. They haven't been rude or inconsiderate towards me. Well, a couple of the employees have, but nothing major. Just basic hobo hating. But as far as this shit with Molly goes, like, yeah, I gotta be afraid to get out of my vehicle right now, but I'm getting out of my vehicle. No! There's a little bit of fog rolling along the ground. Like, why the fuck does this homeless bullshit gotta happen to me? Why do I have to deal with the fucking nut jobs? Well, you guys tell me there's all these fucking services that take care of this shit. No, they're not fucking taking care of it. They're looking the other fucking way. Oh, and look, nut job left me a fucking pillow. I don't want her fucking pillow. What the fuck am I gonna do with pillow? Don't make any fucking sense. Why the fuck is she dropping her goddamn pillow off over here? Why the fuck am I still dealing with this fucking nut job? Oh yeah, because I don't have a safe place to fucking go. Like, see, there's my vehicle. There's the pillow. There's my vehicle. There's the pillow. Here's where she beat on my fucking vehicle. Yay! Fucking fun. She beat on it here. She beat on it over there. She beat on it over here. She fucking beat on it back here. Like, holy shit. You really think this is what I want to fucking deal with? I want to be left the fuck alone. Do I want to be in a fucking Fred Meyer's fucking parking lot? No. But I don't want to be in any of the other parking lots where I'm going to get fucked with either. You say I fucking chose this shit? No, I don't choose for you guys to be fucking superficial, judgmental, goddamn assholes. That's not my fucking choice. I don't choose for you to be sexist pieces of shit. Now your daughter's got unrealistic expectations, but you also taught her that, well, you taught her that that boy on the playground hit her because he likes her. So you taught her abuse is love. What a fucking idiot you are. Great fucking parenting. Joshua Eichelberger. Man, I gotta tell you, that guy's a piece of work. He's got daughters, but he fucking treats them like shit. He was yelling at 2 3-year-olds. One of them, his daughter.
Let's fast forward it, we'll see.
And, well, truth, dumbass. They're gonna tell me, move on to Portland? Oh yeah, that's gonna go over.
Alright, we already know how that one went. That's the thing about having to go through all these videos. It does take time. Much of the issue is that even though I go through these things often, and I do write it down and all that, the fact is not having somebody to go in with me is the biggest issue. All of these crimes, these guys are getting away with by saying they don't know the law. Well, if they're the law, they should know the law. Let me see. And see, that's the problem about not being able to do this. They want to tell me to go to the library, but here's the thing. My disabilities prevent me from doing a lot. The fact that I have so much evidence that I have to go through is completely insane. Ah, here's one.
Molly, you need to leave.
Oh, the internet is not working too good. is enough now.
I already spoke with the police today about you. You need to leave me alone. You need to stop stalking me and you need to stop stalking me. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Stop pounding on my vehicle.
Oh, it finally starts playing again.
I'm not. Do you know where he is? He owes me money.
Molly, if I knew where he was, I would not tell you.
He just texted me that he's with you. I'm with his friend Sean. So you do know where he is.
Jesus fucking Christ, lady. Leave me alone. Stop stalking me.
I'm going.
Stop.
This is over a month after the first interaction with that
Jesus
officer
fucking Christ.
about
Lady,
Molly.
stop stalking me. Holy fucking shit, Jesus goddamn motherfucking Christ. Why do I always have to deal with the fucking nut job? Jesus fuck. Like, holy fucking shit. No Tom in here. This lady needs to leave me the fuck alone.
See, no Tom in my car.
Fucking A, man. Like, I want to be left the fuck alone. I want this woman out of my fucking life. No matter where I go, there's a fucking Molly. The problem isn't the Mollies, though. It's the fact that nobody does anything about them. I am so sick and fucking tired of being harassed by this fucking woman. But holy shit, this needs to fucking stop.
Hey, just checking on you. Doing okay
She
so far?
needs to leave me
Well,
the fuck.
There's a lot of videos to go through, and that's the thing with me coming here. I don't have the facilities to sit down and actually do this.
Yeah.
With people always telling me to go to the library, this is inappropriate to listen to at the library or
That's
to watch
fair.
at the library. And there's also the fact that I've got messed up hips, I've got messed up knees, I've got messed up ankles, I've got a screwed up back, and for me to have to carry my computer in and out of that building and try to come up with funds, and there's the fact that you're familiar with Maslow's hierarchy of needs.
I am.
I'm busy with food, water, and shelter here.
Yeah.
How am I supposed to take care of any of the rest of this? I can barely function. So, I mean, every time that I have to go to one of these guys, I have a panic attack where I can't even function anymore. And it's because I try to explain I don't have a safe place for me to sit down and go through this. A library isn't a safe place. Having to do it in Starbucks isn't a safe place, but it's a safer place than at the library because Starbucks has a safe place policy. So,
Well, you're totally fine doing it here. You still got time. I just wanted to check on you and see if you're doing okay. So,
yes, ma'am. Well, the thing is, there's over 60 videos with Molly.
okay.
It's gonna take a long time to go through them all, and that's the thing about them not taking it seriously at the beginning, They could have looked at that evidence by taking me to the cop shop, letting me sitting down in that room and go through it, but they didn't.
Right.
Instead, they wanted to argue with me, and then I can't get a word in edgewise, and I'm scared to speak.
Yeah. No, that's fair. I see where you're coming from. So I'll let you keep plugging away. I know you said you got a lot to do.
What time is it?
It is 6:42.
All right. Has there been a social worker yet?
I don't have anybody yet. I can check and see where we're at in that process. I'm assuming you still wanted to talk to the sergeant. Is that
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
The other thing is, like, for me, I can't provide myself a place to do this. I can't provide myself with a guardian. I can't provide myself with an advocate. And they can't keep me jumping through hoops trying to find those things myself when it
Yeah.
results in me being abused.
Yeah.
Obviously, that is not your fault, and the stuff that I'm trying to turn in is not as a result of any of your actions. So I've had a lot of people that want to pull the, people try to gaslight you and make you think like you're crazy. Like when you tell somebody about the abuse you're going through, and it's a mandated reporter, and they're trained not to say things like, it's not my fault. And then I say, hey, I was assaulted by such and such. And they say, oh, it's not my fault. Like, I didn't say it was your fault. I'm trying to turn in a crime.
Mm-hmm.
And when they do stuff like that, it destroys the trust that they're supposed to be establishing, and it does it immediately. So at that point, they've done something that is inappropriate, and then you can't turn them in because then, of course, they have a position that they could really screw you over in because you tried telling on them.
Yeah, I can imagine. That would be really frustrating. I totally see where you're coming from there. So,
It is. Also, this isn't all going to be able to get done in one night, obviously. That's the thing with not having a place and being told to go to all these other places. I still got to take care of the bottom tier of the ladder there. I still have to take care of food, water, and shelter, and I literally couldn't take care of those before Natalie was killed. So what they're expecting me to do now, I mean, they're just victimizing the crap out of me because I can't take care of myself. And then saying, oh, well, yes, you can. No, I can't.
yeah. I see what you're saying. I see where you're coming from. So.
And that's the thing about me having the doctors that I talk to is that when I'm constantly running around like a chicken with my head cut off, because they tell me I got to go here and I got to go there and I got to talk to these people and I got to go talk to those people. Oh, and the law is different from what they said. You can actually turn it in any jurisdiction. You can turn in bad police in Dual County. You can turn them in Garden County. You're sitting here. You can turn them in. And you go and you jump through all those hoops. Now say, oh, we can't do nothing. Wrong jurisdiction. Then I look up the laws and it turns out they're wrong. Jurisdictionally, they're wrong. That's just an excuse that they're using. And that's really sad that they're law enforcement. They should know this. And the fact is that they do. And they claim that ignorance of the law is no excuse for us. But then when they do something they know is wrong, they say, oh, well, I didn't know. And they get to walk away.
Yeah, I totally see how that's like really frustrating for you. I could see that.
It is. So how long do I have to work on that here? And is there, I have to have somewhere that I can go and sit down and work on this where I don't have to be worried about picking up everything and unorganizing it again, because I have, ma'am, if you saw the quantity of evidence I'm going through, you'd be surprised. The conditions that I'm living in, that's the thing with most of these people that I'm trying to turn in the situation that I'm in, and I'm an at-risk adult, and they're supposed to look at the conditions that I'm living in. They never do. They're supposed to look at the evidence. They never do. They're supposed to listen to my disabilities and help me to do what needs to be done despite my disabilities, instead of abusing my disabilities to not do their job as an excuse not to. Instead of talking over me or talking in circles like that officer was just doing.
I hear you. I hear your frustrations, and they're valid. I will let you continue doing this. I'm gonna see what I can do on my end. I'll check in, see the status of that sergeant.
Okay.
And we'll kind of go from there. You got time? We still have patience.
Well, he said that the sergeant might, so that doesn't mean that the sergeant will.
But at least another officer. Is that what you're hoping for?
No, it needs to be the sergeant. And that's the thing, there's a protocol that you have to go
Sure,
through.
sure.
I've already gone through the protocol 4 times,
Mhm.
and all of the people that are supposed to be involved in that protocol, including the fail safes, all of them have failed. None of these people have followed the law, and that's the thing. I can't keep jumping through hoops for people who are supposed to follow the law and won't.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. That's frustrating. I'll check in and see where we're at with that, and we'll go from there. Okay.
All right.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Apparently, I used 124 gigabytes of data.
Fuck alone. That means leave me the fuck alone. Another way to say this in plain and simple fucking English is leave me the fuck alone. The fact that the cops will come out and fucking harass me over her, but then they won't listen to what the fuck I got to say. They won't fucking do shit for me. I gotta go to fucking some agency to beg some lady at some agency to help me so I can get the cops to even fucking show up and pretend to take it seriously. But then again, that lady's not gonna fight for my rights. She's not gonna find out what's going on, so she can't act for me. So instead, I'm dealing with this fucking nut job Molly. Like fucking A. Can't she just leave me the fuck alone? See, that was the thing after I left for fucking Boulder in 2016. I left Virginia. I should have been left the fuck alone after that. But no. No, I gotta deal with a fucking crazy lady. Then, of course, Chapel, Nebraska, I gotta deal with fucking Sandy Fromm, another crazy lady. When these crazy ladies do something that's fucking crazy, there's all sorts of guys know what's going on. They're fucking witnesses to this shit. But oh yeah, guys don't call the fucking cops. I had my headphones plugged in, so I hope this thing fucking recorded, Molly. Jesus fucking goddamn Christ. Like, that's the last thing I fucking wanted, is some fucking nut job beating on my fucking car! Anyway, I'm gonna end this fucking video. I'm gonna hope that it fucking recorded that because it was fucking plugged in because I was fucking trying to mind my own goddamn business and watch a fucking show! So I got Molly coming around and beating every fucking surface of my goddamn car! Fucking A! Why I always gotta deal with the fucking nut jobs? Why can't they leave me the fuck alone? Why can't I go anywhere
bright side. At least I went out and got a couple of snipes earlier, so I got part of a tobacco here. I can pretend my life doesn't fucking suck. I really do need to end this video just to make sure that it fucking recorded that shit earlier. But at the same time, I'm worried if I fucking turn it off, check, she's gonna come start beating on my fucking vehicle again. So she comes over to my vehicle, starts beating the fuck out of my vehicle, running around my vehicle, fucking screaming at me, telling me she's gonna call the cops. No! You need to leave Tom the fuck alone, and you need to leave me the fuck alone. What a fucking nut job. So I gotta get a hold of Tom, and I gotta let Tom know, hey dude, you know what? You need to go to the cops with me right now. I'm fucking sick of this shit. I'm fucking sick of this shit. So I got my tablet here. I'm able to use it to fucking record offline, of course. I'd like to be able to do it online. I can sort of do it, but then it's fucking splotchy and blotchy. It won't do it online, but it'll sometimes connect to online. It's stupid. But there we go. It's like, why the hell am I still dealing with this lady? Why? I just want to be left the fuck alone.
Alright. One of the problems is I don't have the ability to log into my account on this one, so I don't get to... Oh, maybe this is the one with Molly and the cops.
So, he was asking me where I'd go. I got no idea. So I let him know I'd check the other side of Fred Myers, because I'm pretty sure the cops are after Molly. No sooner than I send the message than I notice the cops are in the parking lot talking to Molly. Anyway, it looks like there's 3 or 4 RVs here all together, and a couple of vans and stuff that are converted for staying in and suburban and stuff. So yeah, this is probably the side to stay on. The only reason I parked over on that side is because it made it easier to watch camp when I was asked to. And I might add that when I did watch camp and was asked to, nothing got took. Of course, when she was claiming that she had me watching their stuff yesterday, no, she didn't. She left to go to do something with watching the U.S. Women's Open or something. And she was gonna be back a little after 4. And she didn't show up until way later than that.
Alright, this is from September 13th. This is actually from almost a month prior. This is when the situation first started. This one's only 20 minutes long. Let's see. It says streamed 2 months ago. This one's called More Molly. Tom and Molly this morning. Recording in case of Molly. I'm pretty sure this one has her at the very beginning of it.
I am recording in case of Molly. There's also tweakers.
You can hear Molly in the background.
Hear us? He's getting his pillow.
I'm trying
You
to
need to
ignore
stay
her.
away from me and stay away from my vehicle.
Well, his pillow's right next to it.
Well, you can go get his pillow. You need to stay away from me and stay away from my vehicle. Don't talk to me. Don't associate with me. Nothing.
I only knocked on the windows to see.
You beat the fuck out of my car.
I don't want it. I want it. I tapped on each window to respond, and that's all I did.
Notice she talks nice there.
Why is this pillow by my car?
Because I thought he was hanging out.
Because you thought.
His stuff was next to your car this morning.
What was
His
this
stuff was
doing?
not
What
next
was
to
this
my
stuff
car.
doing next to my car?
I don't know.
I didn't see it next to my car. Tom, was your stuff next to my car this morning?
Not this morning.
Sorry, yesterday morning. Yesterday. Sorry, yesterday. I thought I asked you.
What would his stuff have been doing there the day before?
Then he started yelling at me. That's why I left him. I thought he'd come back.
Jesus goddamn Christ.
Hi, Sean. She does have one. Yep. How's it coming?
This is one of the videos of Molly. This is after she was beating on my vehicle, and
Holy smokes.
she has a bad habit of throwing a tantrum, and then she'll act all nice when she gets what she wants.
Go
There's
figure,
a
huh?
broken beer I had to clean up there over at Fred Meyer's. Oh, I guess I have to.
Real fucking slow.
This one's called Recording in Case of Molly.
You hear us?
May I ask to pause and touch base with you?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm glad you're starting to get some hard, timelines. I think that's gonna really make a difference.
Well, I've been doing that. That's the problem, is that I don't have the facilities to do it in. This is the closest that I've had to a decent place other than Starbucks, and that takes money. As far as going to, like I said, going to the library and going to the Starbucks, those aren't appropriate places to do this. There's also the fact that I can't do it myself.
Mhm.
I can't take care of myself. And for me being told I have to go around and call a bunch of other places by myself for them all to tell me to call other people, that is part of the neglect and part of the abuse that I'm trying to turn in, is that it's 6 years of nearly every mandated reporter telling me it's someone else's job, or for them to prey on my disabilities knowing that I can't do these things myself. People don't want to understand that PTSD is very real. It's not a figment of my imagination. And abuse is very real. It's not a figment of my imagination. For me going around to all these different places that tell me things like, oh, it's not our job. One of the situations, for example, that 14-year-old girl who was assaulted by one of the sheriff's deputies here. Yes, telling a mandated reporter that, they say, oh, we can't help you turn in something that happened to somebody else. Yeah, you can. part of being a mandated reporter and it being child abuse. That is child abuse. Assaulting a 14-year-old isn't magically okay because you wear a badge.
Right. Definitely not. Doesn't matter if you have a badge or not. I think that's part of the process. Is this evening I will definitely be making an official report, which I think is honestly it is the beginning of a still somewhat long process. I think that you have homework in this too, which I know with your disability it is admittedly challenging to.
It's the lack of having a place to do it.
Yeah.
You know, if there was a room in the hospital that I could come to every day and sit down and work on it and not be worried that somebody's gonna steal my stuff while I'm doing that. You know, I mean, I can't physically carry my stuff into Starbucks every day and out of it to go through it, and now I literally have no money. I can't live on nothing. I get disability because I am disabled, and
Right.
because of those disabilities, somebody was supposed to be assigned to me years ago to help. But when I try to turn in the abuse that I'm going through, they tell me I have to do it all myself, and I can't. I'm literally sent to these people because I can't do it myself.
Right. Right, I hear you, man. So I think like we have one patient left. It is kind of getting to that time where we're gonna start to have to wrap up at least the investigation here. The pieces that I'd like to plug in and help facilitate for you would be perhaps a place that you have not ventured to yet or been able to get in touch with yet, which is TFCC. I think that is a large advocacy group here within the community, as well as obviously making my own documentation about your concerns this evening. So
One of the things that I did want to show you guys so that it could be documented is the stuff from Marcia Estrada, because she states very loud and clear that I am not schizophrenic, that I am not delusional, that I do have PTSD, that I am not bipolar, and many of the police that I tried to turn in tried to diagnose me themselves as schizophrenic and bipolar, and as a result, a lot of this stuff has just been perpetuated. The thing is, a police officer cannot diagnose schizophrenia.
I agree with that.
Well, so does the law, but the law didn't want to listen to the fact that the officers did that. If an officer comes in and tells you that I am schizophrenic, and I tell you that I'm trying to turn in that officer, chances are pretty good because of the honor system. And if an officer comes in and he tells you that your patient or that the patient that he brought in is schizophrenic, you're probably going to believe him, even though technically you're not supposed to.
There's definitely the concern of kind of like the momentum there, right? So yeah, I hear you. I think that is a very legitimate concern. I will certainly be documenting that you have advocates who would argue that you don't have these formal diagnoses, and that for a police officer to make that sort of statement, it's not the formal diagnosis of that particular mental health concern.
Exactly. Well, many of the things, though, is that in the cases where officers were doing these things, they were officers whose friends I was trying to turn in.
Yeah.
There was a lot of threats and harassment and assaults in Chapel, Nebraska. Much like here, Chapel, Nebraska is a small town. Much like here, you know, a lot of the people know each other. Much like here, if there's an issue, like with Robert Farnsworth, you know, people want to tell me that he's harmless, but he's scary. I've got multiple videos of him threatening me and others, and you know, Mr. Farnsworth is another one of those scenarios that I need to turn in.
Yeah, so there's quite a bit of work to be done still.
For me, before I can do any of the things that I'm asked to do,
Yes.
I need a room I can sit in and do it. That's plain and simple.
I think that is a difficult thing for us to provide here this evening, for at least, you know, until this last patient is with us. But it sounds like this has kind of been a somewhat productive bit of time to be able to go through.
It's a good start.
It's a
Now,
good
one of the
start.
things about having to talk to the police, being as I'm trying to turn in several of the officers, is having a mutual and safe ground. And that's pretty much what this is. It's not looking like they're gonna send that sergeant out here because that officer is one of the officers I was trying to turn in.
Right.
There's more chance of his sergeant breaking the law to help that officer get away than there is of that officer doing his job as a mandated reporter, and they are.
I would agree with you. I think the chance that the sergeant coming here this evening is probably pretty low. Um, and that could be for any number of reasons. Obviously, the concerns that you've expressed are part of the picture. I definitely want to leave you with some of the resources, just so that you have phone numbers, um, uh, addresses, and everything to have in your back pocket.
Well, tomorrow I do have to come back to speak with a social worker since I didn't speak with one tonight.
I think that's a really wise idea.
Yes, sir.
I don't know that the urgent care has their own social worker on the weekends. You might find it just to be a similar kind of frustrating uh, adventure. We
I'm
do
gonna
have
run out of
social
gas before Monday.
Okay. Um, if you are hoping to speak with social work, I would steer you more towards the hospital itself. Um, and they probably route people from TFCC, honestly, which is where I'm trying to give you some access.
Yes, sir.
So at least from my part, the tools I have, I'll obviously be making a referral to TFCC so that you can get access to social work, counseling, that advocacy group. And
I did want to make the point that according to the law here in the state of Oregon, a mandated reporter does not have to see the crime committed. An allegation of a crime is good enough to start or begin an investigation. And I wanted to say that that has, at least in part, been followed this time around, which most places don't even try.
I mean, it's a difficult situation.
A lot of mandated reporters are afraid of losing their jobs if they do their jobs as a mandated reporter. I have over a dozen mandated reporters that have let me know that just in recent days. So, that's one thing where it's mandated, they have to do the job, but if they do the job, they might lose their job and they have to feed their kids. So the catch-22
Totally. Yeah.
is very real for them too.
All I can do is document what you have stated in your own words. And I agree with you. My perception of it is kind of a separate issue. But what you've reported is in itself something that we're going to document. I definitely want to make sure that I'm providing access to more resources than just the Tides of Change.
I went to Tides of Change, but one of the things with all of these different resources is that without a guardian or an advocate, this is all useless. It's wasted time, and it all pushes me to the point of wanting to kill myself. Rather than kill myself, I come in and I try to get help, but then, of course, without a guardian, I have to go to this place and I have to go to that place, and they don't do it, and these people don't do it.
Right.
And literally, it does push us to commit suicide. We don't have to have a plan. We're pushed to it.
I see.
And that's the thing, is that we have to be afraid to say, hey, we're bullied to the point that we want our lives to end,
Yeah.
and we're trying to get help stopping the bullying because we get persecuted for wanting our lives to end. Well, I wouldn't want my life to end if somebody would help me do something about the bullies.
Yeah, so I understand. Eventually, the bullying kind of wears you down. Getting a guardian, I think, is a really good next step. Social work is a very good route for that sort of thing.
Yep, and that's the thing for this going on in multiple states, is that you're right about that, but there's also the fact that I have been trying, and that's one of the things people say, hey, you're right, that's what you should be doing. And then I explain to them, I got a bunch of evidence that shows that's what I've been doing all along. Is there something on there I'm gonna need to sign?
Nope.
Okay.
It's just kind of information for you. I think
I can barely understand that stuff because of the state of crisis that I'm in. That's why I need an advocate or a guardian. I can't function. For me to be able to do this and talk to somebody at the same time, obviously not going to happen.
I'm going to be reaching out to TFCC on your behalf because they are, I think, the advocacy guardian that you're really in need of. But in the meantime, I just wanted to touch base with you and let you know we're starting to move towards closing the
I
facility
got
this
stuff
evening.
already put up away and I'm ready. So is it right if I keep a few pages off of this?
You could actually, if you'd like to, and that would help to have that for your documentation, you could take the whole thing.
All right.
And yeah, I'm sorry you're going through this, man. We're gonna hopefully be a help for you, not a hindrance.
Well, I'm sorry's really suck and they're not productive, but the rest of what you're doing hopefully will be. So I'm thankful for everything except for the sorry. And I want to thank you for that.
Absolutely.
right.
Yeah, and
So
again,
what's this? This is all stuff that I like when I read that, I won't be able to process it all because I am in a
Okay.
constant state of panic always.
if it's too much to take, then that's okay. It is phone numbers for various kind of sites. Honestly, it sounds like you'd probably be more overwhelmed by having this page. If you'd like to take it, maybe just keep it at the back. So you
One of the
kinda-
worst things you guys can do when somebody's suicidal is send them to suicide hotline. Just letting you know that.
Yeah. Okay. I haven't personally had experience talking with them, but okay, I hear you. I do think if you are becoming, a seriously suicidal, considering, that
Oh,
changes
if I end
things.
up suicidal, I'll just kill myself. There won't be a problem with that. But the thing is, rather than trying to kill myself, I am coming in here and trying to get help. I'm trying to get
Yes.
the abuse that I'm enduring that makes me want my life to end. I'm
Yes.
trying to get help stopping that abuse.
Totally.
We're- I've had their friends in mental health, friends at the hospital, small communities and whatnot. They go and tell them whatever they want, and then of course they're friends at the facility, or of course they might not even friends. It's like a situation here. There's probably officers that you've seen often that you don't know the names of, but you see them in your hospital because it's kind of tied in. And then you wanna believe what they tell you. The other thing is right now my communication skills are shot. They've been shot since that officer walked through the door, and I realized who it was.
It's pretty triggering.
It is.
Okay. We do have a crisis line within the community. Has anyone ever spoken with you about that?
I've called multiple crisis lines. I don't know which one in specific you got, but if they don't have somebody who's willing to sit down with me and go through this evidence and understand that I'm too overwhelmed to do it myself, most of those sites just give me the runaround.
I see.
I do have multiple conversations since I got to Tillamook. I've been recording the professional places that I called, but if you have another one, I will give it a try.
Okay. Let me make sure that we get you the information for that site. It's through TFCC. If there's any theme from this evening, I think TFCC is kind of our big local resource for advocacy.
Well, there was a lady who was gonna go there with me. That was Kara Scudder, but life happened, and that's one of the things is that when life happens, cops write down whatever they want, whether it's true or not. If it makes you look bad and they don't like you because you're trying to turn them in, they'll write it down. They won't talk to Kara. They won't talk to Scott. They won't talk to none of these folks.
Right. Yeah, it's a tough spot, man. I'm sorry you're going through this. I think we will definitely start to make some headway here. And this is always a safe place for you to come back. Okay.
Well, is this the building that I need to come back to talk to the social worker tomorrow, or is it the other one?
No, I think so. Specifically for social work, it would be best at the hospital. And
this isn't actually the hospital?
we're kind of our own little satellite. This is the plaza. This is the urgent care. I think during the week, we have a case manager who is quite similar to a social worker here. During the week, it might be an okay way to access that person, but I know she's not in with us tomorrow. So I think if you are hoping to get access tomorrow, it would probably be best at the other building.
Yes, sir.
So Hang in there.
I'm gonna
man.
have a rough night, and I'm telling you that just because I already know I got too much time by myself. I haven't seen my loved ones in years.
Yeah.
I'm almost out of gas, and I've spent all of my money running around all the places they told me to go already. The thing is that I went to the care, and they can't provide me with a room to sit down and do that in. And I went to Tides of Change, and they can't provide that either. They also can't look at the evidence to help turn it in, which is messed up. Like, if they're not even willing to look at the evidence, how can they help? There's also the fact that they repeatedly, the people that I've been supposed to talk to, I need to stop talking or you're never gonna get out of here.
No, I understand. You're going through a lot. Please let me get you the TFCC phone number just to make sure that I'm not missing that for you already, okay?
Yes, sir. The thing is, I need someone to make the calls with me. I can't get an advocate without an advocate.
I see.
Because I have to call these places to get an advocate, but they're not gonna give me an advocate unless I have a civilian advocating for me to get an advocate.
Okay.
Everything's a catch-22.
It is a total catch-22. I'm going to at least make sure you have it for your hard copy. Make sure that I'm sending a referral to those advocates so that we are getting you the follow-up that you need for it. And then whether tomorrow or perhaps sometime this week, we see you back so that we can get you access to the social worker. I think that's our good next step.
All right.
Okay.
One of the things is the stuff that I have to go through. That's the whole point of going to social workers for this whole time, is I've been trying to get a social worker.
I know, it's insane.
They're supposed to help with this. It
They are.
is. When the hospitals are dishonest with you, like at Hood River or the Dalles, it makes it extremely complicated. But the fact that I recorded the situations makes it easier. The fact that they didn't want me to record, and then the fact that they committed crimes while I was recording, you know, they said that I couldn't record in the hospital. Well, I've got that there, and I've got my clandestine recording device right here that is always recording.
I think you're allowed to record, right?
I am, but not video, which is why this is pointed at the
Oh.
ceiling instead of at you.
I guess.
But they lied to me and told me that I'm not allowed.
Yeah.
And when they told me I'm not allowed, I turned off the recording on my phone and showed them that. But I didn't turn off my audio recording.
Yeah. I guess I do suppose the video would get a little murky because of HIPAA.
Yep.
But-
Well, also, if I record people's telling their social security numbers or phone numbers, that's murky when it comes to HIPAA. That's automatic grounds.
That's not good.
Yeah, so I make sure I mind my P's and Q's. Should I just stand here till you get that?
Yeah, that'd be great. Hold on one second.
All right.
They were holding up right. Is it from, which is weird, from lying down and standing up? Usually, I thought it goes the other way. I thought it was the other way.
So there's a toll free number?
No, it's okay. It's okay. I will see you
Yes.
tomorrow. I will see you guys when I see you. I'll be tomorrow. Yeah, 285. I'll be
One 800-262-98 what? Sorry.
Greg wrote it down for you.
There we go.
Also, no, you're.
Okay,
you're
sir.
gonna be in
2851. All right.
Yes, sir.
No, I'm.
The thing is, it's always making the calls by myself.
That's
I'm
the challenge.
I'm highly intelligent, so sometimes I'm able to come across as
highly intelligent, but if I have a panic attack, then all of a sudden it's, oh, you're evil, you're doing bad things, you're not allowed to have panic attacks. And that's the problem, is that that's always where it ends up, because I have to do this without a guardian.
I think that's what we're working on, the guardian
sir.
thing.
So go to the hospital is next door,
Yes,
correct?
sir. But this evening, hopefully we will be able to facilitate something just as a follow-up with one of our social workers, whether it's tomorrow or this upcoming week. And I'd just say, hang in there, man.
All right.
Yeah,
Also,
I'm sorry you're going through this.
I have Tourette syndrome, so if I wink at you, I'm not hitting on you.
Okay, fair enough. I'll take it.
Absolutely. All right. I have a whole bunch of these with numbers on post-it notes that I've had in my car from all the places that I go to.
Yes.
So I mean, I'll try not to lose it. But I'm gonna. The part of the organizational thing is trying to get all of that stuff through the big mess that I live in, to try to dig it all out and get it written down so it is organized.
Oh boy.
That's part of the issue of not having a place to do it, is that everything stays unorganized.
You need an advocate.
I do.
We're gonna start being that for you, okay?
Thanks, sir.
So we'll make some documentation and set up some referrals so that TFCC can get you some more progress. But you're doing good, man. Just
Thank
gotta
you, sir.
keep hanging in. And at this point,
I've got almost 5,000 videos on my YouTube, almost 10,000 screenshots. I've got about 6 years of full-on people harassing me. It's not all here in Tillamook, and all the stuff is not your fault. So it sounds crazy unless people see. All right, so out this door.
yes, sir.
All right. Alright, so now we encounter the part where I have to worry about retaliation from the police. That's where they try to find something, anything at all at work, just something that they can charge you with. And the problem is that that'll rob me of the evidence, and, well, we can't have that happen. Not again. I have to worry about retaliation from police officers. And that's not okay. I was able to listen to a couple of videos. The problem is that this is, without a civilian going in with me, it makes it very complicated. Now we can hope that the Tillamook Health will actually help. Obviously, they didn't try sending out a sergeant like they should have, just like they were supposed to the other time too, and did not send out a sergeant. Oh my God. Oh. All right. I'll turn off my little audio recording device. The thing is, I need a place to do this. I think I did a really good job of speaking, considering the circumstances. Try to explain this to the people in Nebraska, like Miss Prince. She tells me I can turn it in anywhere. Yes, I'm aware of that. I know what the law says, but that's not what these people tell me. They're supposed to be following the law. So why don't you make the phone call with me and explain to them that this is their job? Why don't you explain it to them that this is your job as a mandated reporter, or this is your job as a police officer? Why don't you tell them what their job is? See how well that goes over. Repeatedly, I've tried getting social workers. Repeatedly, I've had to go in and record things that, well, without somebody to look at it to help me turn it in, I get pretended like it don't exist. Meanwhile, I have thousands of crimes I have to turn in. Thousands. I want you to put that in perspective. You think it sounds crazy when I'm rambling like a madman about all this stuff that's going on and jumping all over the place on the timeline? Well, you get to see how frustrated I am by the time I get up to this place, and then you get to see how, well, that officer coming in and being a fucking douchebag made it worse. I got to drive down to Fred Meyer. I let him know about Caleb and about that situation. The thing is that the repeated harassment that I've endured, it's not like I can just magic it away. Alright, I gotta go throw something away real quick. I'll be right back. We can't do anything about the crimes against you because it'll take actual work. We can cut you off from being able to do that work yourself. Oh, it's not our job. It's not our job. No, it fucking is your job. Now, when it comes to human trafficking, it's all of these people's jobs. Lucky for me, several of these predatory officers are also in my videos doing other things, which is helpful. It's a matter of finding those things and getting them turned in, but that requires having a place where I can sit down and go through that shit. Alright, now, just so you know, it is not safe to drive my vehicle at the moment. I have to readjust things. That's one of the things about having a social worker come and take a look. And you noticed I was honest. I let them know I smoke marijuanas. I didn't hide it. I never do. But also, something you might have noticed, marijuana is legal here. It's also legal in Colorado, where William Barr got to abuse his power across multiple jurisdictions to get away with his crimes as a mandated reporter. He still is a mandated reporter. Doing internet investigations makes you a mandated reporter. the fact that he helped me out quite a bit with his court paperwork because it just lends ear to the fact that I was honest about that. That's right, I told you the truth about that situation. You pretended that I was schizophrenic and making it up. And then on my paperwork, he admitted he was doing investigations, internet investigations. Brings up his former position as a police officer. It's a former position for a reason. Now, according to him, he tried turning in his partner for stalking a woman. And so Will lost his job for trying to turn in a bad cop. Well, that was a lot easier to believe when I thought he was a good cop. When I thought he was a good man. When I thought he was my friend. I'd say my two biggest crushes in high school were Candace Bondurant and Caroline Coffey. Just kidding. My biggest crush in high school was definitely Jessica Martindale. Don't get me wrong, I had a crush on Alyssa Derry. And Jessica Martindale was not the pretty Martindale, but she was the one who was level-headed and down to earth. She was an absolute angel. Unfortunately, she married a pig. The man's got no morals whatsoever. Any piece of shit who is going to pretend like I threatened his kids because he's a piece of shit and doesn't want to tell the truth, well, that makes you a world-class piece of shit. Just like Leslie Snell. Now you notice, even though they did wrong shit here today, they also did a lot of right shit. At least they got started. Although that officer, well, his tactics are intimidation tactics. And no matter what bullshit he tries to sell, he's one of the predators I'm trying to turn in. It's inappropriate for him to be there. He made excuses for my predators, and that is never okay. When it comes to mandated reporting, that is something very specifically that these officers are trained not to do. These officers are literally trained not to do the things that they've been doing to me. How much fucking sense does that make? For them to continue doing so. They know it's against the law and they're doing it anyway. And then they're more than likely going to complain and claim that they didn't know it was against the law. And then use things that I had to do afterwards because they didn't want to do their jobs as an excuse for them not doing their jobs to begin with. Big pain in the ass, catch-22, as always. Anyway, I don't even know where I'm gonna go. You know, I mean, Mr. Farnsworth out, and with, you know, hoping to talk to a sergeant. The last time I talked to asked to talk to a sergeant, they sent out fucking deputy dipshit. What the hell? That ain't gonna do nobody any goddamn good. How about instead of sending me a rookie out here to play fucking retarded, how about you send a real officer who's not gonna fucking play stupid? How about we get one of them officers who decided that killing somebody ain't his idea of a good time? Oh yeah, most of them got kicked off the force. All right. So we got another piece of paper in our pocket to call another place that we've already called. I'm not sure if I've been there in person or not. I do know that Kara Scudder was going to go in with me to that place like a week and a half ago, but it didn't happen. Now, let me tell you how horrible Kara Scudder is for not showing up. She's not. Life fucking happens. But if you don't come forward about it, the predators will sell whatever narrative they want, and they're being heard because they're trying to be heard. Anyway, I did get it all set up so that I can show them and show the officers. But you know, for me to go through, I was going through and looking that stuff up while he was talking to me. Just like I was looking it up, showing it to that lady. These things really did happen. And my predators in law enforcement were able to hide that by playing on the mentally ill tag. By playing on bias. Just like the Bollingers did. Unfortunately, what those officers did was put all of us at risk of predators like Ted Bollinger and Alicia Bollinger. Alright, C.E. Lork typed, I have been suffering from complex traumatic stress disorder since 1998 or longer, accompanied by heavy chronic depression, so I can relate partly to you. I am terrified as well some days. Imagine someone getting murdered and then getting resurrected to claim their case, walking to the police, showing them a 2-hour video containing how it happened somewhere, and they say, it's too long, talking about office idiots getting confronted with their actual jobs. No, it's not my job. Yes, it is. You're right. You're right, Sigi, or Sigi. I'm not sure how to pronounce your name, and I'm sorry for being rude. Let's see. Oh, he also typed, Sean, not everyone's a predictor. He's just asking questions. Unless you have clip of said problem, then they're not going to do anything. Look up on YouTube to edit vids. Yeah, that's the thing, is that I've been collecting this stuff and trying to show it to them. It's just a matter of it's not their job, it's not their job, it's not their job. Call this place, call this place, call this place. I'm in there in person to show them because I don't have a place where I can sit down and do what they're asking. Sugi typed, no problem, I am right here. One thing that a lot of people didn't want to pay attention to, much of the reason that I was able to get at least some help at the very start was because of a small country called Great Britain, the UK. There's people from that are enduring some very, very similar things in the United Kingdom, and as a result, they spoke out. And when they shared information, while other people kind of sort of started to take a look, the only people that were fighting for my constitutional rights were a bunch of Europeans, while a bunch of people here kept on saying they were gonna, but not following through. When that got people killed, that was the end of socially acceptable for them douchebags. I'm tired of my loved ones ending up as corpses because nobody wants to listen. I'm tired of wasting money because people say they'll help me, and then when I get there so they can help in the way they said they would, they need this and they need that and they need this and they need that. And sure, maybe they don't mean or intend for it to be a thing where they're ripping me off, but the fact is it does end up ripping me off. When you can't keep your word because you're drunk, that's not my fault, but it hurts me greatly and it eats up my time. And for you to not admit that you're an alcoholic or that your alcoholism affects people around you, that's scary. For me, now that Lewis is willing to admit that his alcoholism does affect those around him and it does hurt those around him. He's making effective changes. And now that he's making effective changes in his life, he might be able to come forward and help you with some of this stuff. Right now, he's looking at a tough, probably 6 months though. I mean, I'd like to say that, you know, what they told him at the hospital about how, you know, it'll be 2.5 weeks, maybe. But that's really hoping. That's a hopeful number, more so than a guarantee. With Cheryl, yeah, she wants to help, but she also needs to take care of herself and her husband. She's doing the best that she can. When he is a priority over me, I understand that. That night that she's recorded on here complaining about having to babysit him, I completely get that. It's not just Lewis. It was the same thing at Rayanna's. It was the same thing at Brett Roloff's. Shannon Alvarado has everything set. Like, she doesn't have any worries in the world. She was the absolute domineer of the situation she was in and the household that she was in. Jesus fuck, I'm gonna run out of gas. Here's the thing, between finding a place where I can actually hook myself up and go through all those recordings and get all of that stuff done, and it is a lot of work. I also have to know that there's somebody going to help me with that, because otherwise I got to go through and I got to find evidence in other situations where somebody might actually help me. If you're not going to help me turn this stuff in here in Tillamook, or I have to hurry up and wait and hurry up and wait. And you guys expect me to have all of this already done already. Much of it has already been done multiple times. It's the fact that nobody fucking showed up. Now, a lot of this could easily be fucking sidestepped with a bunch of fucking extra goddamn work just by somebody sitting with me. It could be sidestepped a whole lot easier than that by witnesses simply coming forward and going in with me when it happens. People say, hey, don't record it, don't put it on YouTube channel. And then they say, oh, we want evidence, we want evidence. Well, take your fucking pick, bitch. Take your fucking pick. That officer was again going out of his way not to do his job. That was intimidation. His tactics were intimidating. And anybody who could be in that situation and not feel intimidated, I'm glad for you. That means you either got family that fucking gives a shit, or you got money. If you got family that gives a shit, you can fight this. If you got money, you can fight this. If you got both, you're fucking golden. All right. Now, of course, we got to worry about. All right, there he goes. I had the turning signal. The guy was just kind of parked there. Anyway, another situation here that I have to turn in. I've got to turn in those officers, which means I have to have a place to sit down and do it. I'm running around trying to find money for a place to do it that's quasi, not completely inappropriate. Well, that's a big motherfucking truck. Yeah. It's a bunch of youngins. They sped up to pull up next to me and do the shaka, baby shaka at me. Maybe that's some of them youngins that night that Molly was pulling that bullshit. Holy hell. Meanwhile, if I got all the evidence in the world and nobody will look at it, and my predators have zero evidence, but we've got the honor system, well, they get to keep evidence out of there. There's also the fact that Kara is usually a pretty happy-go-lucky person. They got stuff going on in their lives that's private business. And they know that I record everything, so they're not sharing that with me because it might be recorded. Whatever it is that's making her sad. I wish I could make it better. Things that I can make better, I do. Oh, no Dallas here tonight. Tomorrow's Sunday, I suppose. See, that's the thing, is that Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Food, water, and shelter. This vehicle is my shelter. Maintaining it prevents me from fucking getting, well, even more screwed. Oh, I think Cheryl was down here today. They wanted to help me yesterday too. Last night they were gonna try to, but given the situation, it wasn't a good idea. With Lewis's recovery, that is important. And I've had a few people like Jason Scudder. He told me that Robert Farnsworth didn't used to be like that. His brother was killed and he didn't come back right. But at the same time, I do got to be afraid of the man because of his actions. Let's see. CG typed. Let's see. So just for his moment, what could be the thing I do for you? And actually, what's the time for you just now? Just curious. It is 7:51 p.m. here. What you can do is you can speak up about the efforts I'm making, about the fact that I didn't kill anybody, and that I have tried for the last 6 years to turn in this evidence. I'm being discriminated against because of my disabilities and because of my gender. And that I do have the evidence. It's all over YouTube. It takes thousands of hours of going through this stuff and listening to it to find everything and get it all organized and get it hopefully to where it needs to go. But then again, like for the last 6 years, finding somebody whose job it actually is to look at that, holy hell. Well, I found the Scudder's vehicles. They don't look like they're in there, so they must be working. I'll flip around just in case. It does not look like Dallas is parked. Whoa, shit, that's a big ass pole. I do not want to wear that for a friggin' hood ornament. Oh, they is here. work easier if I could find my damn keys. Also, I don't know if you guys have Western Union there, but I'm flat broke. Shit, even $10 to get me some fucking gas and some coffee that'd allow me to sit and go through that stuff and actually sit down and start over again. Going through video by video, and that's the thing. The more of these crimes end up happening, and I don't have anyone to go in with me, it doesn't matter that I do all that work. When I make phone calls, somebody's got to make the calls with me. There's situations that I got to understand, that are understandable for me, but for a lot of people, they're not. A lot of people don't try to understand. When you're hunting, first of all, is important for dinner getting. All right, your steak and your hamburger grow on a tree. Someone had to kill it. Now, hunting, that's for when you don't have the money to pay for all of that processing. You go out and shoot a deer. Nature pretty well fed that deer and grew that deer and harvested that deer, everything except for you shooting it, gutting it, and throwing it on the table. When you're talking about something that's bred specifically for producing meat, you're talking about cattle, you're talking about a lot of work that goes into them and a lot of money that goes into them. And yeah, you pay for it in the end. Then there's also, of course, the prices that are set not by you, and not even by consumer demand, but by stock traders. So even if you have the best meat, the best cattle, you can still end up losing money because some asshole in Kobe, Japan decided that he wants to outsource to somewhere else. Kobe beef being produced somewhere other than Kobe, Japan. Just don't seem right. The reason I brought that up is because it is an outsourcing. Whether it's Japan outsourcing or America outsourcing, it shows that we're not in this alone. We're not in a world where it's just us. All these people who want to say, I did it all myself, that's not possible. That's like saying you got that loaf of bread all by yourself. There was a lot of people involved in just growing the wheat and building the machines that it takes to harvest the wheat. Not to mention, after you harvest the wheat, you've got a whole bunch of travel. You gotta take it to the grain bin and drop it off. You got a bunch of people to work at the grain bin, and then you, of course, got the portion where somebody buys it and they go and take it and turn it into flour. And once they've turned it into flour, you've got the other ingredients that all have processes of their own that people are involved in. So when people need to get dinner, I understand that. When people have to go to the hospital, I understand that. When they got to travel to elsewhere, I understand that. Does that mean I can't get frustrated? No, it don't. Anyway, I found my keys so I can turn off my car. Oh. Oh. Open, 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 open. Huh? You just got it warm up, didn't you?
Open. I said, fuck that.
I'll keep it down too long. I went down to the hospital because I know they're supposed to do the mandated reporter thing. Got it all recorded that I was down there. The officer that showed up was one of the ones that I was trying to turn in, so it didn't turn out so good. The hospital was hoping they were going to send a sergeant. I knew they wouldn't gonna. So they want me to go to. Shit. See, I get out of my vehicle and get talking to myself like a crazy person on my telephone, just in time to see your wife walking away. I wanted to see if it's the same place that they wanted her to go to with me last Monday when your phone was doing the update thing?
I don't know nothing.
Alright. Well, I want to make sure that it's the same place, because I think it might be. It's called Tillamook Family Counseling or something.
Yeah.
I think that's it. Alright. But they gave me a piece of paper, and they also gave me a crisis line number to call, so I guess I'm supposed to call that. I don't know what to expect from it, but I'll give it a try, you know.
Yeah.
Ugh.
I'm just trying to get a few of my games done and then staying the hell with the rest of them. I'm gonna fall asleep.
Yes, sir.
I've only had about 3 hours sleep today. We went dancing last night, got home, got a couple hours sleep, and went elk hunting. Haven't been back to sleep since.
Yes, sir. I'm assuming you didn't get nothing.
Nope. Just seen a lot of people and I wanted to shoot them.
Well, that ain't pleasant.
Because it was all motorcycle, dirt bikes, ATVs, side-by-sides, Jeeps. I mean rows of Jeeps. They were doing off-road crawling and
I was literally bitching to your son about people doing that and calling it hunting yesterday. Fucking noisemakers.
And then there was 3 rock quarries and there was people at every one of them shooting. Just joy shooting, not even hunting or nothing. Which makes all the animals go back farther. So,
And then when you're depending on that for feeding your family, you just wasted a day of your time doing jack shit.
Yep.
Well, I think I'm going to try calling them. I'm pretty well out of gas, so I'm going to have to spend tomorrow morning trying to panhandle again. I get frustrated with it. Like just sitting there, it's demeaning, and I do it, and I see people that are pleasant to me, so I wave at them when I see them drive by. You know, they don't have to give me
wave at
money,
people
but
too.
it's a California howdy. Anyway, I was wanting to see if that's the same number that she had too, because I mean, I don't know nothing about that shit, and you don't know nothing about that shit, so why the hell am I talking to you? She's the one that knows everything.
She does.
That's not me insinuating you're an idiot. Oh, I got people typing at me. I got to get back to my...
Alright.
Alright. Oh, so I did talk to them, and they're going to try to set somebody up to help me to turn this stuff in, and so I gave them, I didn't give them your number, but I gave them you and Scotty and your wife and also Dallas, because he was there that night, so that they would at least know who was there and present, who to talk to, because, you know, like I was saying, it frustrates me, but I also understand. I'm from a hunting community, you know. I'm also somebody who's got no family that does that shit for me, so I understand how important it is to have family that does do that shit, because if they don't, you're fucked.
Yeah.
So I'm frustrated, but you're taking care of you first. You're taking care of your family. So I don't hate you. I'm just frustrated.
Alright.
All right. Siggy Lock typed it's 4:52 in the morning right here next day. I will talk about you to my friends and my girl. Somehow you are touching me. If you could share it on media and social media to speak up to anybody who can share the information, you can send me a friend request on my Facebook. I can show you evidence there and you can help me turn it in. It's all up to you. You type somehow you were touching me. I never sent anything to the US, but I would send you a little bit of money if you will tell me how to do it. Alright, your life is messed up, mine is too, so if I can trust you, I will send you my WhatsApp number. I don't know what that is or how to use it. That's one of the biggest issues. See, a lot of people have tried to send me money through this to help me out, but I haven't had the ability to accept money the way they're able to. There's a lot of people who, you know, I needed them to help share evidence that they were aware of, that they were there for. I needed their help turning it in. And they wanted to tell me, well, I'll send you something through Cash App. And I don't have Cash App. Well, I might. There was a couple of cash things that people helped me to set up, but like they didn't finish, so I don't know how to work it. And it just, with having no account set up to have money sent to, like a bank account, that situation was over a situation with my dad in Washington State. That's messed up too, you know. My name is Sean, S-H-A-W-N, Schwartz, S-C-H-W-A-R-T-Z, and I am in Tillamook, Oregon. That would be where to send the money. You can send it general mail if you're going to send it through the mail, but they say not to do that. I have a lot of expenses at the end of the month coming up. I need to be able to change my vehicle over, my license, my plates, my tags. Everything has to be changed over to Oregon. I get $800 a month to live on, and that might seem like a lot, but it's also expensive to live here, especially if you're homeless. Most of these people ain't bad people. They're people with problems of their own. The problem is, when you got problems of your own, and those problems are the reason you're not able to keep your word, it is important to come forward about it, because otherwise, the person who is being victimized continues to be victimized. I got about as much sleep as he did last night. Well, less, but all that fucking screaming, I just couldn't handle it. A lot of people say you need to stop making excuses for your predators. Shit. You know, a lot of these people are my friends. You know, I believe the best in them, and that's what I spoke about, is believing the best in them. Believing the best in them. And speaking up about their praises, the good things. But the police wanted to sell a different narrative, and these people never came forward to change that narrative. They never came forward to say, hey, that's not the truth. Sean came to us for help, and you're saying that he wasn't trying to get help. But none of these people did. They wanted to tell me how to think and how to feel. Suchi Lorick typed, let's go to Facebook. Or let's go Facebook. Sent you a friend request just now. Alright, I'm going to have to actually end this video in order to accept the friend's request. It hasn't dinged me yet to say that the friend request is there. Just so you know, there are dozens of fake Sean Schwartz accounts that have been made by my trolls to fucking threaten and harass me, or to threaten and harass other people and pretend that it's me, or to get a hold of my friends and try to fucking throw a wrench in the works. And they've been pretty fucking productive. While I was at Mandy Singer's, one of the videos on there, it's chock full of information. It's also chock full of the fact that people while I was there were making fake accounts, pretending to be Rhonda, Nuts, and Rust. The fact that I've been repeatedly victimized by people with zero evidence And also, I've been so greatly prevented from turning in evidence. Oh, there's Jared. Also, in this video, you got to hear Jason Scudder talking about how he wanted to shoot people. Now, obviously, he's not literally going to go out and do it. He's trying to express his agitation at the situation. I can't do that. I'm not allowed. If I say something anywhere close to that, people will pretend that I'm an active shooter on campus. Ooh-wee. Also, there's some people out here on the streets that I might be able to sell something to try to make ends meet. The problem is that they're all broke until the first. I don't have the ability to keep everything together in my head. And I got a lot of it on paper. The problem is, these guys got me running around like a chicken with my head cut off. I mean, how many of these places am I supposed to go to that are supposed to help me for all of them to tell me that their job is not to help me? And you notice even here tonight, when I brought up the fact that there was police involved, it became a different tune. And also, the part where I was trying to turn in a 14-year-old girl who was assaulted, they were dead wrong about that. See, that's the thing. I'm turning in an assault against a 14-year-old girl. Yeah, they do have to do something about that. And maybe they should listen to the whole situation and look at all of the evidence instead of, I don't know, looking for the Cliff's Notes that'll magically justify their laziness. Oh, well, we could take this set of evidence here and it'll send us all to prison. But we could pretend that doesn't exist. We won't even bring it up when we make our reports. And we'll go with just this set here, and we have to chop this part off the beginning of this one and off of the end of this one because we need to just pull out this one little phrase. Also, we have to get a judge that'll rephrase it for us to magically justify it as if it's legal. Fucking crazy. Anyway, my name is Sean David Schwartz, so it would be Sean Schwartz on Facebook. If you sent it to a Sean David, you might have sent it to the wrong person. I highly recommend looking up the name Natalie Bollinger if you're not already familiar. Most people who come to my channel come to troll me over Natalie. So, if that lets you know anything, that's why I started this channel, to speak up for all the victims. Even if I ain't happy with them, they're still victims. What Natalie Bollinger did to me was highly predatory, but she was still a victim of Tim Beeson. She was still a victim of Ted Bollinger. She was still a victim of Alicia Bollinger. She was still a victim of Troy Bollinger. She was still a victim of Rose M. Kelly. She was still a victim of Danica Garner. She was still a victim of Rochelle Shelley Campbell. Just because she wasn't my victim doesn't mean she wasn't a victim. And just because she did wrong shit to me doesn't mean that I'm going to pretend that she was perfect, fine, and dandy in her life and secure in her holdings. Let's see. C.G. Lork typed, you were not living in Moscow, right? No, I don't actually live in Moscow. That's on my Facebook because obviously I'm not proud to be an American. Everything that they told us growing up ended up being bullshit. And the stuff that they told us that the Russians are doing, we did to our own people here. Plenty of proof of it, plenty of evidence. There ain't nothing to have faith about in this country anymore. CE typed, if you are, then it's yours. I am not trolling. I am too tired to troll, so I got you. You're cool. Yeah, the one in Moscow, that's me, but I don't live in Moscow. I live in the United States of America, Tillamook, Oregon, currently. This is not where I want to live. I want to live closer to my loved ones. But I can't. If I do that, I won't get to see my loved ones. I'll be trumped up on charges and locked away again. That's what happens when you try to tell on bad cops. That's what happens when you try to tell on mandated reporters who don't do their jobs. And then they play the jurisdiction game. Oh, they can do this in any jurisdiction. I'm well aware. And then they say, oh, we can't do this because it's at a jurisdiction. You're a liar. You're a liar. If you can do it for the Bollingers, and then you're going to tell me it's against the law, or that you're not allowed, well, then why did you do it for the Bollingers? Good question. All right. Sigi, I'm going to end this video and talk to you. This is like a 4-hour-long video. So, yeah, that officer got to be right tonight. Nobody's going to watch a 4-hour-long video. How much of this video did you watch, Siggy? 2 hours? 3 hours? You type, I understand very well, but I found you nonetheless, so you see I am serious. Absolutely. 4 hours. See, somebody's willing to watch you for 4 hours. So, the things that I said in this video about what happened in this video, am I incorrect about it? If there's something you feel I got wrong, you're allowed to have an opinion. Just not allowed to troll, which obviously you're not trying to do right now. Thank you for not trolling, by the way, and thank you for being supportive. Like actually supportive, not pretendy bullshit. Alright, so I'm going to end this video, I guess, and I'm going to have a private conversation. I don't think it's necessary to be private, but, well, yeah, it is. Private information and all that. CG typed, I found nothing to question. See? Apparently I'm not as crazy as people pretend I am. But why do they pretend crazy? Because it suits their fancy? No, it's because they're afraid of consequences. There's a lot of people who were involved in the situation, and people ended up dead. Do you think they want to admit that they were a part of the situation? Of course, it makes sense why they're going to want to hide in a corner like a rat. And even if I love them, they're still going to do that. Me loving somebody isn't going to make them do the right thing. No matter how much I love you, if you're a drug addict, I do have to face the fact that no matter how much I love you, your drug addiction is something that you have to love yourself about. If I was to believe that I could love you into quitting drugs, I'd be fooling myself. I thought I could do that with my mom. It didn't work out. If I loved her enough, maybe she'd quit. No. She loved me so much that when my boss, who was living on her property, stole my money, and she went out to get it back, well, he also bought cocaine with my money, so she had sex with him. Then she kicked me out of the house, and then she called the cops and said I ran away because I didn't want to wash dishes. So when it comes to that 14-year-old girl getting assaulted by the cops, whatever fucking excuse they want to make, whether I believe it or not, does not make what that officer did okay. We'll end this video now. Make sure we screenshot it. Oh, that didn't work. Because a lot of people like to pretend that anybody who communicates with me is a figment of my imagination, and that they don't actually exist, and that I'm not actually making any efforts to turn it into so on and so forth. So, screenshot's done. I won't be erasing you because you weren't one of those people about Bill Jensen. CG type, no, she wouldn't. Quitting is a thing that only the addict can do. Exactly. Natalie Bollinger was embarrassed about her addiction. I get that. But I'm not the one who gave her drugs. I'm not the one who got her addicted. I'm not the dad who raped her. Or the ex-boyfriend who did do that. You know the trick where he's an asshole and he fucking beats her and fucking she's done with him, but he buys her a puppy. Yeah, that's how Anna Hunka ended up getting duped. She's dead now, too. Good to be rid of you. Thanks for coming to visit. Stay out of trouble or don't get caught. Remember, you are your brother's keeper, and no victim left behind.